and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it brought me closer to the goddamn screen for some
No,
reason.
you can zoom out. I just don't know how. But
Oh.
you can do it on SmartWebcam.
Well, I've done it before, right? And I've done it with like
there
that.
You go.
Yeah, but this is as far as it goes.
Oh shit!
And it shouldn't be like that.
I don't know what you did
because my EOS gave me more, space.
You have broken it. You have broketh it.
I don't think so. I think
thou hast broketh. Thou hast broketh the software.
Nah, the software has been broken. I discovered that.
Sure.
It is.
Sure. No, I'm not going to argue.
That software been broken. And here's the thing about that software being broken, though. So when you first get it, it seemed like it's the answer to everything. This is the answer to,
There's a person watching this, but
I
have no idea who it is. Is it you?
No. I haven't even gone to the channel yet. So
there's a person watching this, but I have no idea who it is. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy.
Dude, this is what happens though when
no, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Oh, it'll be more people we don't know who they are.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. Oh, they left. That's funny.
Yeah, talk about them. They left because you talked about them.
Yo, that's hilarious.
They wasn't here for you.
I'm sorry.
Talking about them like that.
Gonna be a creep. Shit.
I'm just saying.
That's the consequences of being a creep.
I'm just saying.
All right,
let me. That was Fab, yo.
Ah, Fab
on Instagram. Yeah. I believe that's what it was. Because I see now that he
it's another. I don't know. Who knows? We are live.
All right, time to share this.
Boom, 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 boom,
do some sharing around. One thing I don't like about new Facebook, it takes longer than it should for your timeline to recognize you did something. Like I share shit and then go through the timeline later. Yeah, like it's absurd.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Like it shouldn't be days later before I see something.
Yeah, like that.
Especially with the people I interact with the most. Like
right. They should see that like instantly.
I can see if it's people like that I just so happen to have on my Facebook page. All right, cool. Because you don't talk to them that much. But people that talk, like there's nobody in multi-world. And here's the funny thing about it. I publicly on Facebook probably speak to Keith least. Keith and Cyrus.
But I always see Keith.
I always see their stuff.
I always
every single post they make. I'm like, Facebook, what are you doing, baby?
Yo,
what are you doing?
I can't tell you. I swear I can't tell you.
This ass backwards as hell.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Using the small subset of multi-world. The ones who I interact with publicly on Facebook the least are the posts that I see the most.
Yo, I don't get it. I don't get it.
And then I'll go days without seeing anything from you, Eddie, Kristen. And I'm like, I know these motherfuckers posted.
Right. So to be honest, I know I don't post as much as I used to.
Sure.
That's because when you get used to the platform.
Yeah, I don't post that often.
Yeah, like I post when I have something that I'm trying to share with people as far as come check this out. Come.
Or if I run across something and I just have to share.
Right. Or if I've got an idea pops in my head for something funny. You know what I'm saying? I might say something to shit. Or something like for instance, I didn't post a whole lot during that whole breach of the Capitol. Because basically all I did a lot of times was go in my memories and pulled out old shit. I said that. Y'all slow or
insurrection.
Right. Like I said motherfuckers was going to be on that bullshit. I said all of that. The country
violence is coming.
I said what that was going to do.
Violence is coming.
Violence is coming because and this is the thing that's crazy, right? You got some people that will say, Oh, the reason it happens is because certain ideas aren't being respected. That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing. The only idea that's not being respected is that there are facts and there are not facts. that is it. That what they want to do is try to make their non-factual bullshit the equivalent of things that's facts.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Because they are emotionally attached to an idea or an ideology, and they have they don't want to admit it, but it's full of identity politics as well. The very shit that they say that they criticize, they're on. You can't tell me the moment you walk down the street with a Confederate flag, that's not about identity politics. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
That's funniest thing to me is the sheer hatred of being called a racist, yet the indifferent to racism.
Yeah, yo, it's one of the things. And what universe does that make sense? Well, I mean, this one apparently. Like, I just saw something where somebody said the exact same thing about how racists hate to be called racist.
Yeah, you hate to be called racist, but you seem very indifferent when racist shit happens.
Yeah, and but again, you know what? That also we talked about this a little earlier, where the power to define shit. That's what I mean by having because what they want to do is define racism as
they lynch me. Iowa. Someone's calling me from Iowa.
Oh damn! Oh, yo, I get calls from all over the country, and I don't even know why because I don't answer them. I don't be answering them, but yeah, man, like they want to define
my warranty, wanting me to extend my warranty.
Yes. Oh damn!
It's not gonna happen.
I don't know, yo. Like I said, motherfuckers, they want to define racism as if we didn't lynch you, it's not racist.
Basically,
you ain't get lynched. You know the whole, but did you die though?
Like, did you die though?
Yeah, it's that, yo. It's that. Ain't nothing but that. You know.
Facts said the fact that facts aren't facts.
Yeah, yo. No,
real shit though. Real shit though.
You know what I mean?
You can't even argue.
You can't. And once that happens, when you have a society that can't agree on what's true and what's not, all hell's going to break loose because what we're talking about is the fabric of human reality.
Yeah.
How we perceive shit. Now, I'll be the first one to say humans don't have the best take on reality because our senses are limited as fuck. They're really just extensions of touch.
Right.
Everything, all of it is an extension of touch. Light touching your eyes, sound waves touching your tympanic membrane, molecules touching your olfactory. It's all a touch, right? Yeah. So that's why you have other animals that see more than we do. They see a higher different spectrum of light than we do. It's all this shit, right? So agreed. Humans do not necessarily have the best tools to observe all of reality. But the tools that we have, we should be able to agree on because we all have the same tools, right? Yeah. To varying degrees of functioning, but we all have the same tool. But nah, B. And now, what's worse, motherfuckers have the ability to pass information quick as shit to bigger groups of people. So what's that mean? So that means the motherfuckers that aren't nailed to actual facts have a soapbox that extends and expands globally.
Yep.
Right? So now the other motherfuckers that's also not, that's pretty unhinged when it comes to facts. These same motherfuckers, they got somebody speaking for them and they can communicate with them. So they all can get in these little idiot bubbles. Talk about all this shit. You know what I'm saying? And when they're in their own vacuum, everything they said makes sense. That's why when I saw somebody saying, what phrase was they using? Politically correct. This is a phrase that I have heard. Initially, it came from the left and not as an insult.
Right.
The right took it and made it an insult. You know what's funny about that, though? The very thing the right is insulting, they're guilty of. Because if I'm in a conversation and I am the only far left person in this conversation, and everybody else in that conversation is far right, everybody else in there are having pretty much the same opinions. They're having the exact same ideas, viewpoints, and perspectives. And then I come in with one that's from the left, I am the one that's politically incorrect in this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
All the rest of you are politically correct because this is the environment. Y'all created the bubble, the environment. When I come in with a differing opinion that's on the other side of what the fuck y'all saying, and y'all try to shout me down, the first thing these conservatives say, oh, you're only saying that because you're politically correct. No, in this conversation, you're all politically correct. I'm coming with the differing viewpoint, not you. But again, when you got people that aren't used to thinking, yo, real talk, yo. Like,
you say when you got people who aren't used to thinking,
yo, because I know you, you're one of the people that from time to time will go over the things that you believe and give them the once over. Ring them out a little bit.
I was just doing that shit this morning. Like, it was something in my head, and I was like, oh, what was it? Oh, it was a story that I ended up not putting on the docket.
Mm-hmm.
It was Jada did a video about it. Some girl, I don't know her name, the baby girlfriend.
Okay.
About light-skinned girls.
Yeah.
Something like that. And one of her defenses was, it's a song. I'm talking about that's what he want, like specifically the baby. And I'm like, in my head, my first thought was, then don't put it out for the world.
Yeah.
But then immediately was like, hold up. Do I know any other songs that are about one specific person?
Facts.
And I thought about one, but it wasn't. Most of them are diss songs. So that doesn't really apply.
It doesn't apply.
And then the one was like the Lauryn Hill Zion joint about her son. But again, that's about an unborn baby. Well, a baby. So
right.
It's like, all right, yeah, that doesn't apply either. But my initial thought was like, oh, hold up. I had this judgment, but is that right?
Right.
Like, do I feel that way consistently across the board? Or is it just because I don't like this song?
This is the shit I'll be talking about. That very thing that you did there, I almost guarantee you that the vast majority of people don't.
Oh, of course not.
They don't. And I kind of think that because of that, once they become set in the ideology that they have, it doesn't matter what facts you bring because they always have a way to inoculate themselves from your facts. If it's the source, because they have a narrative about the source that you have, they have a narrative about it. So now when you bring the source, now you can't trust them because and this is one of the times where I see both sides do that. However, what I have found is that a lot of those websites and news sites that a lot of people want to go to, the way you know that these sites ain't right, and this can be also applied to sites from left, but the way you know is if at no time nobody in that paper ever makes an argument to the contrary or have an article with a position to the contrary. That's when you know it's ideologically bent towards this, not even bent, broken. It's broken because having a bent, everybody has a bent. It's broken when it can't see, these are the facts. Like, can we agree that we're at least on Earth? All right. If we can't, if we can't agree that we're at least on Earth,
I
don't know what else we can agree on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what's happening now. That's what happened. You know. That's yo, hey, fam his ass, yo. Don't trust those news sources over there.
Fact.
Yo, and that's why we're in trouble now. That's the reason why there is no fix. There is no fix for this because the very thing that's creating the problem is perpetual. It keeps going. It's not going to stop. And in order for it to stop, too much of an infrastructure that's already been established has to be broken the fuck down. And that's not going to happen because that's not, humans don't like doing that.
Yeah.
It's not convenient. Humans don't like doing that. And when I say it needs to be deconstructed, it needs from top down, deconstruct. So say your house, right? There are things about your house you don't like.
Oh,
absolutely don't like.
The
And
size,
right, and inside here and up here that you would love to be able to fix those things, but in order to do it, it's going to cost you a lot of money and inconvenience the fuck out of you for a long period of time. That's how it is with these institutions. Humans don't like to be inconvenienced, Joe. Especially not when they've had years of having conveniences catered to them, right? So they don't want that shit. This is why another reason why motherfuckers don't the idea of moving from another country, from the country you were born in, unless conditions are really fucked up, right? People shy away from it most of the time because they're like, yo, the level of inconvenience I'm gonna have to go through to do that is gonna be crazy. But when you get to a point when you're so fed up with the conditions where you live, it seems like that's worse than the inconvenience of having to move. That's when you that's when you're ready to go. I just don't think a lot of people really come to that. They don't come to that point because you get accustomed to shit.
I would imagine most people would never come to that point.
Yeah.
Well, depending on where you live, obviously.
True. But in a small, in a microcosm of that, is people moving from state to state.
Right.
That's a microcosm because it's still inconvenient as fuck. Oh, it's inconvenient. It's so inconvenient.
That start over sometimes is not. Like, some people look at it as exciting.
Yeah.
But others aren't privileged enough to be able to put themselves in that mind state.
Yeah, like because they don't have the cushion. You know what I'm saying? Like financial. I be telling motherfuckers all the time. Money is a fucking cheat code and a superpower.
Money is everything. You can say whatever you want.
They can say whatever they want.
It really is everything.
It's literally one of the. If string theory was real, right?
Right.
And we don't know that it's not, but we also don't know that it is. If string theory was real, money would be considered one of the vibratory strings that hold our universe together, right?
Yes.
And if you can manipulate those strings, you have powers. That's how money is, yo. That's how money is, man. And that's why I hate when I hear broke people say, "It ain't all about the money."
Bullshit.
Let's say that if I submit to you that it's not all about the money, you have to submit to me that it's 99.9 about the money.
The place where you currently live dictates that it's all about the
facts. Facts. The car that you drive, where your kids go to school, the clothes that you wear, the diet that you consume, the places you are allowed to go. Come on, dog. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yo, Chris Rock did a interesting thing. He called it the first ever remix of a comedy special.
Mm-hmm.
So he got a comedy special on Netflix called Tambourine, and he did an extended version. Mm-hmm. Again, he called it a remix, which I think is actually more apt because it's not. I don't think it's necessarily longer, but there are some jokes. There are new jokes in it that aren't in the original version.
Right.
So one of them, he said, they something to the effect of they got a new form of racism. It's called prices. He was like I can't remember which expensive hotel chain, but he said they don't have to tell you no black people are allowed. Yeah. They just tell you it's $4,000 a night for a suite.
Well, guess I won't be staying there because the is on a social ladder that would not allow them to have access to that shit.
Facts.
I mean, it is what it is. And there's reasons for that. We all know what those reasons. Well, stop saying we all know. No, we don't. Because motherfuckers be coming up with the goofiest shit and trying to ignore other shit. You know what I'm saying? But they'll say because of the tennis shoes we buy. All right, yo. If you okay. Now
so before tennis shoes were a thing, you saying that we was living that good.
Yeah. Like yo. Like when I hear people say that, I go, and this is the reason you can't figure out why we're in the condition we're in. Because you think it's tennis shoes we bought. You think that, or the cell phone, which you don't pay for all up front? The fuck? All right, okay, I see you.
I want the iPhone 5 and I want 5,000 acres of land. We're not the same. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, that again, if you really want to know, one of the ways they kept us from being able to dig out this hole is through education. That's why it was the first thing that was stripped. First thing that was stripped. Right. First thing that was stripped. And not only they initially stripped it through force and just locking doors. You're not allowed to read. You can't do none of that shit. But then after they couldn't do that anymore, it was stripped through narrative. Through narrative. Like, and some of it, unfortunately, we perpetuate amongst ourselves. But I always tell people this: the ones that are quick to just point the finger like this all the time, right? I always say to them, a virus is an entity outside of the community. Once the virus gets into the community, though,
causes havoc.
It wreaks havoc because the people in the community spread it, but it did not originate there. This is exact with these ideas about school and education, and they didn't. Yo, when during the fucking 80s, when they would do all of these teen movies, and these were done by white movie theaters, white movie company execs,
production companies, and
they put a line of delineation between the jocks and the nerds. So when I see people act like that's a unique thing with black people, I go, by Odin, you are myopic as fuck. You are myopic as fuck, because this is not something that necessarily originated in our community.
Nah, B.
So why are you trying to give us the blame? Literally, I saw this all through the 80s. The nerds, the jocks, and the nerds were made fun of. Not just by the jocks in the context of the story, but also by the director, by how he dressed them, how he has them speaking, the things they say they're interested in. It's all being lampooned.
Also by us.
And also by us. It's all being lampooned.
Whether we happen to be nerds in real life or not.
Facts. Because that's the biggest point.
We contributed to that.
We contribute to it. Right? So it's like, when I see people say stuff like, man, black people just don't value education, I'm like,
maybe. But there's a reason.
There's a reason. I'm saying there's a reason for that. And also, I don't think you can say, like, listen, I guarantee you, if you went up and had a conversation with the vast majority of black people and asked them, do you think learning things is cool? Even those of them that have some of these toxic ideas about the nerds and then will say, yeah, learning's cool. No one's gonna come on, B. No one
generally they did that show on TV a few times where like people like lambast learning. Not even just nerd, not even the nerd thing, but just learning in general. I did it a few times on TV. That shit didn't last because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't. And look, I ain't even got into the misappropriated terms of nerd versus geek.
Oh God. Listen, on that note, let's get this show started.
Yeah. I'm tired of that shit. Yo, everything, y'all not, how do y'all not nerds? Y'all just geeks.
Both of you.
Because you need to be smart to be a nerd. Ain't smart. But anyway, let's get into this. God. Yo, we need to clip that first segment.
And run it the whole thing. So
good. All right. Welcome everyone to the Black Culture Geeks podcast. This is my man SPJ.
And
I am Tombstone the Dead Man, and we are just a couple of geeks talking about pop culture from a black perspective. Facts indeed. Now, before we get into what we got to discuss today, I want to just put just a bit of news out there. Give me a second. Okay.
You broke it?
Currently, no.
You're running for president in 2028.
That would be 2024, and no.
No.
Oh, you know what? You're right. It will be 2028. I'll be running for president in Belize. Look, and that actually is part of the news today.
Oh God!
The weather is currently 81 degrees in Belize.
God. Shut the fuck.
Just needed to put that out there. Yeah, for those that
It's all I can stand, and I can't stand.
I just need to put that out there. But yeah, we have a show chock full of foolishness.
Things
today. It's things. I don't believe we'll be in no way we will be fussing as much this week as we did last week.
No, not as much. Yeah, not as much.
There will be some fussing.
Absolutely.
But there kind of always is. So
there's no
always a little fussing.
It's inevitable. You by now, if you're listening to us, you already know.
I'm glad you brought that up because it's something that I think needs to be stressed. This show does have a point of view. This show does have an agenda. This show, there's reasons that we do this show. There's a point to it, and there are certain goals that we try to hit.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, we are definitely here to entertain, but this show does have a point of view.
Yeah,
and if you're not into that sort of thing, then you probably wouldn't be into this show as much. But those that are and are entertained by the point of view this show has, salute to you.
Yeah.
We are not the first show to have a point of view. Right? At all. Right? At all. So that needs to be said because I think some people will be getting it twisted sometimes or think they try to judge our show by other shows. Nah, our show is not like that. Now, there are shows our show is like. Absolutely.
Oh, sure.
But those ones that you're thinking of, no.
I think I'll start off fussing. It's just I haven't had to make a public service announcement to models in a while.
Oh damn!
It's been a long while actually. This current run,
been a long time.
Okay, this current run of models that I've been working with has been spectacular for the most part. But there's this one. I mean, it just is what it is. But there's this one that wasn't necessarily. Actually, I've never worked with her.
Okay.
I was just. We were in the process of trying to make something happen. The first time, it got pushed back for a couple reasons. A couple times, nothing egregious, nothing crazy.
Right.
All seemingly legitimate reasons. Sometimes it was me, sometimes it was her.
Right.
And then we set a date. We were locked in, and then I just didn't hear from her. This is the first time, because I've always used to say this whenever a reschedule had to happen or whatever the case may be. I always used to say, well, I've never actually been stood up by a model or anything like that. So
right.
This is the first time that I've been stood up by a model. Now, that's not the bad part. I mean,
sure. How does it make you feel?
Yeah. To be honest, I didn't really want to shoot that day anyway.
Okay.
So I mean, I would never have told her that.
Of course.
But yeah, so it really didn't bother me that much because it's been explained over and over on this show. I'd be busy, so sometimes when plans don't happen, it's kind of like, whew.
Yeah.
So we set the date. She didn't show up. Never said anything to me.
Right.
So last week, I get a message from her that says just these words. Are you available next week?
Well, were you?
What? And when I saw it, I didn't open it. Any modern phone, you can see a preview of a message before you actually open it.
Right.
So I look at the preview and that's what it says. That's all it says. And I'm like, first of all, it's been so long since I've heard from her that I was like, in my head, who is this?
Right.
And then I thought about it, and I was like, all right, let me open it. And I looked at our last comments, and our last conversation was literally confirming the date that she never showed up for and never said anything about.
Wow.
So I just left on red because why should I say anything?
Yeah.
What? She didn't say anything to me. I don't
at all. She
Yeah,
just
I don't.
didn't show up.
She just didn't show up. So I'm like,
Right.
why would I in turn even? I don't even know. Like, why? What sense? So humans.
Uh-oh.
Not even a model thing.
Countrymen.
I mean, it's not even a model thing. Just humans. Stop being so shitty.
Yeah.
If you make plans to do something with someone and for whatever reason you're not able to, let them know. It's really that simple.
Yeah.
It's not a hard thing to do. Now, in the very small event, because these things just don't happen, but in the very small event that you're prohibited from being able to tell them in a timely manner, then absolutely don't hit them back weeks later like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, like you should definitely have an explanation, an apology
as soon as possible.
Because that's a way of showing that you respected that person's time, or at the time when you didn't, you apologize for not respecting it.
Right. Yeah. Like, especially when you want something from them. She wants to work with me.
Right.
This wasn't a situation where I wanted to work with her. Not to say that I didn't want to work with her, but she's the one that initiated
the whole thing.
Yeah. So I'm like, no, I'm not. I will not be responding to you. Like, what the fuck?
Nah, I don't blame you.
Human
you hate
people,
to say it, man. You hate to see
people. You get on my fucking nerves.
Yeah,
the vast majority of you.
Yeah,
but anyway, so Tim has this thing where pretty much no matter what the conversation is, he finds a way to squeeze in the fact that his number one goal in life is to be an expat.
I'm leaving.
Okay.
Have I told you I'm leaving?
That wasn't your cue. That was not your cue.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That was not your cue to then do that. So let's talk about a former expat.
Okay.
American who enthused Bali was queer friendly is being deported. An American graphic designer is being deported from the Indonesian resort island of Bali over her viral tweets that celebrated it as a low-cost, queer-friendly place for foreigners to live.
So now I'm trying to figure out, what did she do?
Let's find out.
Okay.
Kristen Antoinette Gray arrived in Bali in January 2020 and wound up staying through the coronavirus pandemic. Her posts on Twitter, including comparisons between Bali and Los Angeles and links to buy her ebook, began going viral in Indonesia on Sunday.
Yeah, I still don't see anything wrong with it.
That doesn't sound bad so far, right? Sounds cool. Bali sounds like the bad guy in this scenario right now.
It does. They do.
Okay. This island has been amazing because of our elevated lifestyle at much lower cost of living. I was paying $1,300 for my LA studio. Now I have a treehouse for $400. One of Gray's posts on Twitter said.
Treehouse. As someone that was born over here, when you say treehouse, I have a whole different.
I get it, but that's actually really impressive.
Oh yeah, I've seen pictures of those tree houses.
Yeah. Gray's posts were considered to have disseminated information disturbing to the public, which was the basis for her deportation. Said, I am not going to pretend to try to pronounce this name. Chief of the Bali Regional Office for the Ministry of Law and Human Rights. A statement from the office cited her descriptions of Bali providing comfort for LGBT and being easily accessible during the pandemic. It also referenced tweets with links to her ebook, which had direct links to agents who could help foreigners move to the island. Now, it's still not necessarily readily apparent.
Not looking. I don't
Yeah,
see
it's still not readily apparent. Like there are a couple clues in that one, but it's not readily apparent what's wrong. She stated that she could provide easy access to Bali through the recommended agency and offered the low living costs in Bali that is comfortable. And it is comfortable and LGBTQ friendly, he said in the news conference. Again, he's not really being clear on why that's wrong.
It's wrong.
Okay. Her tweets also referenced her ebook costing $30 and a follow-up consultation about becoming an expatriate in Bali for $50. She is suspected of carrying out business activities by selling ebooks and put a rate for consulting about Bali tourism. Many Indonesian social media users were furious that she was showing off living and working in Bali without a proper business visa.
And now the other shoe has dropped.
Also, something that's not in this article, and I saw on Twitter, she keeps touting this as LGBTQ friendly, but someone from there tweeted her and said, "Stop saying this dumb shit. This is not true. This is your experience because you are American."
Right. You're gonna get hurt.
It's not that is not what Bali is not necessarily LGBTQ friendly.
Yep. You're gonna have somebody coming over there thinking one thing, and it's gonna be something else.
Yeah. And she was like, "No, I live here. It ain't that. So stop peddling this BS." Right. So she responds, "I am not guilty. I have not overstayed my tourist visa. I am not making money in Indonesian rupiah. I put out a statement about LGBT and I am deported because of LGBT."
Is that why?
Gray told reporters after immigration officials announced the deportation. Indonesia has temporarily restricted foreigners from coming to the country since January 1st. So that's the other reason that Indonesia has temporarily restricted foreigners from coming to the country since January 1st to control the spread of COVID-19, and public activities have been restricted on Java and Bali Islands.
And are telling people,
are inviting people,
especially people from the leper colony, which is the United States. Like, come on now.
Come on, guys. Come to Bali. Well, no, there's
you have leprosy, and
there's a moratorium. There's a moratorium on new visitors,
especially you stinky Americans. Like,
Bali's basically like no new friends. And
basically,
and she's like, "Come on, everybody."
But see, I know what Bali's saying. Bali's saying didn't they have to tell y'all last year to wash your hands? No, y'all can't come over here.
Right.
I can't come over here right now.
I can't argue. The Bali Regional Office of the Ministry of Law and Human Rights urges foreign nationals to comply with the current COVID-19 pandemic, to comply with the health protocols, to follow right procedures regarding visa processing and while in Indonesia.
Right.
Gray and her partner, Sandra Michelle Alexander, are currently in immigration detention while waiting for a flight to the United States.
For those of you who don't know what immigration detention is, they're in jail right now.
They're in ICE, basically.
Yeah, they're in jail right now. And you hate to see it. Because the reason I say you hate to see it is because there'll be people that will read this and not really get to the part where she violated and only be concerned about the whole LGBT thing. Saying, "Oh, so you're saying they're not," and then they'll go off into that conversation. But the real conversation that needs to be had is that when you're going overseas to live, you have to have you have to be cognizant of the fact that they may or may not have the same traditional customs.
They got rules.
It's rules over there. Now, I get the way we feel about certain shit over here, would see some of those rules as archaic, and outright discriminatory, right? But that does not change the fact that those are the rules for this place, and you're not helping people by telling them something different. And also, when you go overseas and you want to conduct business, here's some advice from someone who's planning on doing that and don't want none of these problems. Learn everything you're supposed to learn about how to conduct business over there. Why the fuck? If you was I get why she was doing what she was doing because of the cost of living being so low. If she start this little business right here, that money that's coming in, she'd have been good, right? However, there's rules over this motherfucker. Rules that you did not take. Why'd you go over there? Why didn't you get a business visa? Why? And if your plan wasn't to do that at first, but you went over there and said, "Hey, I could do this," why didn't you first go about the process of changing the visa you had to a business visa just to avoid this shit? Because that's one thing they're going to do. They're going to use that to get you the fuck up out of there.
Here's the issue. She did two things wrong, really. The tweets,
stupid,
were wrong.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Also, the ebook,
stupid,
because this might have slipped through the cracks in my reading of the article. She's a graphic designer. That's her main means of making money.
Right.
She could, not to say that she should have.
I know what you're saying.
But she could have handled everything else the same. Just not tweeted and not did the ebook.
It is.
And kept with her graphic design work.
Yep.
And been golden.
Yeah, because who she was probably doing the graphic design work for was people outside of Bali. So the rate of pay she would have been getting, and you combine that with the low cost of living over there, she'd have been gold. That's actually one of the things my daughter is going to school for.
Yeah.
So that she can do what she do
wherever,
in the comfort of her home, wherever she's at.
Facts. It just
you hate to see it. These choices and decisions people be making is crazy, but they make these decisions when they're in situations where you cannot fuck up or you will be inconvenienced. It's one thing for a motherfucker to make a bad decision in a low risk situation. But you are in a high risk situation. What they talking about? They threw your ass in the jail and then waiting to fly your ass 18 hours or so home. Back here where you probably don't have an apartment. You don't have because you went over there to live. So now you see, not to bring this up again, but I'm going 2.5 hours away. And I've done research for the last 2 years and still learning new shit because I don't want the hassle.
No,
I'm already having the hassle of picking up. I don't want that other shit.
Thanks.
No.
It's a whole mess. I don't understand why you would put yourself in this predicament.
I don't either, but I do have
I do.
Privilege, yes, privilege and greed. But I will say this: I think the one thing that needs to be said on this is, what have we learned?
Yo,
just saying,
I've made this statement before that black men are the white men of black people.
I've made it before too.
Americans are the white men of the world.
Yes, it's fact.
This is a black woman that we're talking about.
Yeah,
but
you saw that that's that American privilege.
That American privilege
and sense of entitlement.
That good old American privilege.
From living in a bubble their entire lives, right? And then thinking they were outside the bubble because they traveled a little bit. No, you're still in a bubble if your mentality is not form-shaped to the situation, the new situations you're in. If you literally go over to another country and still think and react to those people over there, the way an American would, instead of pulling yourself, reining yourself in. All it is a self-edit. It's a self-edit. You go over there, and just as soon as you're about to make a very American misunderstanding or statement, you go, wait a minute, I'm from America, so maybe I don't understand.
Right.
Nope. Nope.
It's one of the reasons that a lot of my travel outside, actually, every place I've traveled outside of the country, I've spoken some of the native language. It's one of the reasons that I'm happy that I've been able to do that, because it kind of puts a barrier there with some of my American privilege.
It does. It does.
I'm appealing to them. I'm coming to you and deferring to you,
right,
in this way culturally. So yeah,
it's also one of the reasons why I've never been this guy, the guy that says, did I really go visit another country if I'm staying in the tourist area? Yes, bitch.
Absolutely, you did.
Yes, I did.
Went to a different country.
I went to a different country. All that.
You're going
to go into their neighborhoods. B. You're
gonna come now. Don't get me wrong. If you want to do that, fine.
Right. Absolutely.
And everywhere I've gone, I absolutely have spent time in actual native areas and all that good stuff. But nah, B, if I'm going on vacation, I want to be in the lap of luxury and
which is that's one of the main reasons why. But for me, the other reason is you're disturbing people in their natural habitat.
That's another thing. Oh my God, that's so true. That's so true.
All for your selfish need. A lot of the times, not
negative.
All for your selfish need to feel like you got the authentic experience.
Now, even I can honestly say that even when I have gone out of the country and gone to these local areas, it hasn't been like I'm not going to a small village.
Yeah, you're right. Right.
When I was in Kenya, when I was around the locals, it was either locals that happened to work at the school that I was going to, or we went into town.
Right.
When I've gone other places, it's been these are tours. That are happening. So this is a common thing.
And also it brings money into their community.
These are the what's the word? Commercial. Even though they're still local and authentic, but the more commercial areas that I'm going into. Yeah, I'm not.
And again, with that, you're actually contributing to the economy of a place that doesn't have a lot of maybe other exports. You know what I'm saying? So like, even with that, you're helping to a degree. But I know me as myself, I would not much appreciate people coming when I was living in Emerson Village just to walk
Facts.
and look at me.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Like that shit, you're probably going to get beat up. You're going to get beat up and robbed. I'm not saying by me. No, but you're going shut up. But that, like, when that happens to you, please understand that a portion for the reason why it happened to you is we don't want to seem like animals in the zoo that you walk by going, ooh, look at that.
Right.
Ooh, so y'all wear y'all head backwards for real? Ooh. No, B. No. Like, no. I think it's disrespectful, yo. I think it's disrespectful.
You're right. I agree 1,000%. I've never looked at it like that, but I absolutely agree 1,000%. It's just by happenstance that I haven't done it, but yeah.
So sombreros are really a thing, huh?
Right.
Like, listen, nigga.
Like the conversation I had with the one girl bothering the waiter about if Mexicans really eat tacos.
That's how you
Why?
That's the ugly American. That's the ugly American thing right there. Like, yo, I was just curious.
He had to do his job. He had to bring us our food. Matter of fact, it wasn't even it wasn't the waiter. It was a server.
Oh,
so he's not even there to hear what we got to say at all. He just had to bring us our food.
Yeah,
and be gone. That's what he's there for.
You hate to see it.
So yeah, man, it's like the American arrogance and just the ignorance of our privilege.
Well,
the ignorance of our selfishness.
As we learned January 6th, the uncalled for arrogance.
True. I mean,
what?
We aren't that great. Like we. All right. Anyway. Next story. Robert. Robert. Oh. I mean, this one isn't really his fault, but
yes, it is.
He gonna catch these jokes anyway. R. Kelly.
This is his fault.
R. Kelly dragged by prison jumpsuit after his name floated for pretend versus band. Nigga. Yo, listen to me clearly. This man can't catch a break, and I'm loving it.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it. As most are still wiping the crust out of their eyes after watching the late starting versus battle between Ashanti and Cole. What?
Crust? I don't want to hear about the crust of people's poo.
Because it started.
No, it's so disgusting.
All right, whatever. Another name was floated about. R. Kelly was trending this morning on Twitter as someone who would clean up in such a competition. But fans on Twitter are dragging the alleged creep by his prison.
Stop. Who was floating that idea though?
A lot of
other fans.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right.
A lot of it's a very I'm surprised that I had to include this article because I'm surprised I saw it because this has been going on for a while, like a long time. I just haven't brought it up because I didn't bring it up because it was, like I said, it's not his fault. Like he didn't do anything in this scenario. It's just that now there's been
I'm going to make an argument that he did do something.
Well, regardless, but this is the exception. This is an exception because there's been an aggregation of people responding to it.
Right.
Given that Versus is a celebration of a star or group's biggest hits framed as a friendly competition, names are always floated about with certified artists such as Usher, T.I., and others who have yet to engage in one of the live stream battles.
Right.
It was initially difficult to determine how Kelly's name became a top trending topic on Friday morning, but it's been said that some of his music was playing during Thursday night's battle. Now, I'm guessing what they mean is music he wrote.
Right.
That's what I'm assuming.
Right.
But one thing that is evidently clear is that most people are getting the imprisoned crooner out of here.
No, they're not. They're getting him the fuck out of here.
Much of the reaction has an odd juxtaposition of realizing that the heinous crimes that Kelly has been accused of should loom way higher than his lengthy catalog of familiar songs.
That's an old story. That's an old story there.
Yet there are some defenders of Kelly's musical legacy who argue that despite all that comes with Kelly regarding the accusations of abuse and mistreatment of young women, he would clean up anyone in a verses. While the likelihood of Kelly seeing the light of day is slim, it would also be a chilly day in the hot spot down below before anyone would agree to have him featured in the wildly popular Versus series, even if he was a free man.
And the hell that of is what's spelled with one L, the Viking hell.
Even for now, Kelly unable to defend against the waves of slander coming his way.
It wouldn't matter if he could.
Is the target of an exceptionally potent dragging on Twitter at the moment, and we've got some reactions.
Oh, damn it.
What up, sis?
Hey, sis.
The narrative that R. Kelly is untouchable in a hit battle is easily amongst the worst narratives in R&B. I will fight back against that, especially because there's nothing he can do. Fuck defending him. But I let me be clear.
He might get touched though. Somebody might beat that up.
I can't stand you. Let me be clear on my stance. It is absolutely cognitive dissonance to pretend that R. Kelly hasn't put out some of the biggest hits of all time.
He has, but let me push back on it just a minute. So Hitler was an artist.
Okay.
So if somebody said, look, man, I don't care about how you feel about the 6 million plus people he had burnt, gassed, decapitated, and turned into soap and lampshades.
Mm-hmm.
The man was a pretty good artist. That misses the point. It's so
no, absolutely.
If that is what she's saying, then I can't argue with that. But if she's talking about quality of music, then that's a different argument. But
no, I feel like when you're making that type of argument, you have to be specific. And she's not being specific enough for me to believe that's what she's saying.
That's true.
For her, she says, all right, here we go. Let me finish. So the narrative that R. Kelly is untouchable in a hit battle is easily amongst the worst narratives in R&B. Not only is it not true, but the inability to let everything about the band annoys me. Listen to more R&B. You're wrong.
She made clear what her original intent was.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Not only is it not true? Right.
Yeah, you're wrong, lady. I agree that we should not be. Not even should not. Should not is not the word. I agree that I don't like the fact that people are trying to push this narrative.
It's cringe. It's
right.
cringe.
I don't like the narrative being pushed. That doesn't make it any less true.
Right.
He is virtually, realistically, let's say none of this shit happened, which is we can't take that out of the equation. I'm just saying.
Right. I'm just saying
none of this shit happened.
Let's say it's a universe where none of that happened.
Right. He's virtually untouchable in a one-on-one scenario. There are like 3 people that you could be like, oh yeah, no, he don't got a chance. There's like 3 people. Just the length of his career, the amount of people he's worked. We're just talking about facts here. So slow down. I hate the narrative being pushed. That does not make it any less valid.
Right.
It's stupid that we're in this position. We shouldn't be in this position.
My overall thing is, yo, stop bringing them up, yo. Because
right. That is how I feel about it.
Bringing them up, like,
it's not necessary.
Because what winds up happening,
get it.
And I know people. Listen up. I know people. I know they're non-hand washing after the bathroom ass. I know people, yo. The moment they start the nostalgia walk, their feelings towards what this man did is minimized because they're thinking about. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about the good shit. I don't, because I'm looking at that. That fuck shit was bad enough where I don't want to consider that. I don't
for me to look at the good side. No, there's no. There's zero reason.
Don't even set me up like that. Try to get me looking at him like that.
There's no reason to keep bringing this narrative up because forget what side of the fence you're on. There's no reason to keep bringing this narrative up because it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, yo. It's
like the article said, even if somehow he gets out, there's no way.
It's not going to happen.
There's no way.
It's cringe. Stop bringing, like, yo, Jeffrey Dahmer could tie his shoes better than anybody. I don't give a fuck. He ate people. Like, nah, yo.
Apple is absolutely going to have no parts of R. Kelly.
Nigga.
There's no way. So it's not going to happen. But we're going to let these jokes keep flying. The People versus R. Kelly is the only verses I want to hear him participate in. Facts. It's another one. Ain't nobody beating R. Kelly in the verses. The state of Illinois. And there's a meme of Michael Jordan being like, and I took that personally.
Can't you put that picture up in the thing or something?
No, if I would have opened this before, I could have. I never went through it because I wanted to be surprised with some of the reactions.
Right.
Here's another one: me seeing R. Kelly trending, thinking Trump pardoned him or something, and there's a picture of Bart Simpson with a scared face,
wide ass eyes.
Because that time period, I gotta agree because it's like, oh shit, why is R. Kelly trending?
Yeah,
I know that Trump.
If you don't know the context,
right?
You don't know the context.
I know that Trump just pardoned a bunch of motherfuckers. Yeah. What is going on here? Let me see. Why are Chris Brown and R. Kelly trending? Battle of the Abusers.
Ooh.
Now why y'all got R. Kelly trending on this fucking Friday morning. And then I haven't even clicked the video, but I know that it's a clip from the Boondocks where Huey is basically saying, sure, the government conspires to put away a bunch of black men on fallacious charges, but R. Kelly is not one of those men.
And y'all gonna stop trying to apply that to everybody. That's not everybody. Some of these motherfuckers need to be in jail.
Oh,
listen, I grew up in the hood, nigga. I grew up in the hood where it was niggas being chased by bounty hunters. It was niggas that were unkillable, that have been literally shot up like on almost every part of their body. In the I'm not gonna mention dude's name, but the only time he managed to actually die is he OD'd. He was the only one that could kill him. This is the type of shit. Some of these niggas need to be locked the fuck up. All right, listen. We're not gonna act like that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yo, that's funny. That's funny. Let me see. R. Kelly is a sexual predator. I don't care how good his music is / was. Everything he done after touching on little girls means
that's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Like, no pass.
I don't care. That's how I feel. Like, yo, stop bringing it up. It's cringe.
I really wish R. Kelly wasn't a weirdo because that nigga catalog. Not sure R. Kelly vocals during a woman's empowerment. Sure enough, I get it.
Yo, that's hilarious.
R. Kelly and Keisha Cole might have a song together.
No, they don't.
I don't know. I'm not saying they do, but them saying R. Kelly vocals, I'm assuming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they must have a song together or something that she played during the verses. I don't know. I didn't watch the verses. I'm not a Keisha Cole fan. Why in the hell is R. Kelly trending on January 22nd at 7:41 Eastern Standard Time?
Yo, that picture is
and it's a meme of, I'm guessing, a person in a unicorn mask. No, it's not a unicorn because there's no horn.
Yeah, exactly.
But the caption says, "I hate it here on God." Imagine winning the Prison Talent Show 6 years in a row and then R. Kelly shows up. Nigga.
Hilarious.
They need to kill this
Lamont Hill. Yo, you know who that is, right? Yeah. No. He's written several articles for The Root and a few other.
Oh, yeah, I do know. Okay. Why are people even discussing R. Kelly and the hypothetical verses? The man should no longer exist. I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
especially with the hypothetical shit. Like, that's all this is. Like, this is a thought
again, it's not gonna happen.
Thought experiment, yo. That shit is.
Yo, you have a better chance of Trump apologizing for his last 4 years in office.
Yeah, facts.
Them seeing in the R. Kelly.
It's just a fact.
Yeah,
it's just a fact. And like I said, I very much resemble the last remark. Like, yo, stop, yo. Like, it's not gonna have. It's cringe. I don't want to.
No reason for us to keep bringing it up. Like I said, it's been a thing for a while. I've
you have to take me with a grain of salt.
Thing for a while. I mean, of course,
because I don't listen to, like, don't get me wrong. There are songs that I absolutely like from R&B singers, but I'm not in that. That's not what I listen to most of the time. So
guess what? I'm an R&B dude. I'm saying the same exact thing you're saying.
So it is.
Like,
it is.
The narrative has been going on for a while, and like I said, I never attacked it because realistically, on its own, the narrative is not a dangerous narrative, right? To say
without
that,
context,
yeah, you're basically saying that R. Kelly has produced some of the greatest music of all time, which is a factual statement. So fine. However, when you add in the other stuff, that's when it's like, let's leave it alone.
And also, people's intentions tend to get impugned with that because if you make that the reason why you bringing that up, it's just like, yo, were you one of the ones that saying he wasn't guilty? Was you one of the ones running around here?
Right.
I mean, like it's not even worth it to make, because people that act like that will do that. Like people who now even tacitly acknowledge Trump's shortcomings, but they were fans of his, always find a way to make it that he wins in some category. I've seen it time and time again. That's kind of what it looks like if someone doesn't know you and know that you have been hard on his ass.
I mean, we've even seen with Jaded, they sending him death threats and whatnot.
Yep.
So I mean, no, it's real out here. But again, like, that's it. We could just not.
There are so many things in life.
Just not. We could just
There's
not do.
So many things in life where we could just not. Like, you know,
saying, yo.
we need I'm telling you, we got to get our merch up. Black culture. We could just not.
We could just not. Like, all right. Moving along from one black musician that I stopped liking to another black musician that I've stopped liking.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne denies being a shill for Donald Trump to get his pardon. So for those who've been living under a rock, Donald Trump did a bunch of pardons on his last day in office. I do have a political question for you. Something I'm just not privy to because I don't really care most times. Right. But just because it's the topic, I'm kind of curious. Pardons aren't limited to entrance and exit, are they? Like, you can pardon someone anytime throughout your term, right?
Yes. And Trump has done that.
Okay.
He's done
that. Okay. Because it's just like, I guess it's just news because it usually happens in bunches on the entrance and exit.
And yeah. Okay. That's all.
Okay.
It's like the governor can pardon you at any time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne denies being a shill for Donald Trump for getting his pardon. Donald Trump is officially out, but he made a couple of wishes come true for some rappers. Lil Wayne is now attempting to clear his name when it comes to his failed attempt at attracting voter support. As spotted on Complex, the former president of the United States pardoned Weezy on Wednesday, January 20th. With Trump's signature, the man born Dwayne Michael Carter Jr. had his federal weapons charges dropped. When it was confirmed Tunchi would not serve time, he was facing 10 years. The general consensus was that his endorsement of the impeached politician was a trade-off for pardon consideration. The MC's lawyer is now attempting to clear that stigma. An exclusive interview with the New York Times, Wayne's lawyer, Bradford Cohen, stated that the occurrences had no correlation. Let me step aside for a second and make a correction. It isn't, while it's entirely possible, and I actually tend to believe, I'm going to defend Lil Wayne. It is entirely possible, and I absolutely believe that Lil Wayne did not kiss up to Donald Trump in an attempt to get a pardon. That is because I genuinely believe that Lil Wayne is a coon.
I do too.
So it had nothing to do with the pardon. It's just his general personality is what I believe.
But here are the issues. No one's going to tell me or convince me that Trump listens to Lil Wayne music and is a fan. That's number one.
Hold on, but nobody's going to tell me that Trump. Nobody's going to tell me that Trump picked all of these people to pardon.
No, he probably didn't. But here's the other thing. Lil Wayne does not vote.
Nah.
So what would be his reasoning for cooning himself out even more to go up there during a very hotly contested, at least it seemed at the time, election cycle?
I would argue that it's not more. I would argue.
Okay, well, because he was. If you're already
literally said basically racism don't.
But if you continue to pile on your perception of coonage by doing that, because it's not more. I agree with it, it's not more. I'm saying, but if you continue to do that, but you don't vote, you're not that bright. So it's
rich though.
I need to understand why.
Rich adjacent? Because I don't know.
No, Wayne's not wealthy, but he is rich.
Right.
He's not wealthy, but he is rich. Right. But that's the other thing. Now, I tend to think the pardon helps him from a business standpoint. Maybe it unlocks access to shit that having that charge prevented him from doing. That makes to me at least remotely some sense that his lawyers, his management.
Oh, wait. Let me be clear.
Mm-hmm.
In no way am I saying that I'm putting it past him.
Right.
No. I really think that he was quote unquote rooting for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but my question is, one, other than the obvious, you just a coon and only a coon.
No, the two things, the being a coon and the being rich.
Right.
I think those are the two things, like, that he was just rooting for Donald Trump.
And that's what, like, so now that the being rich thing, meaning Trump's going to cut taxes permanently. He already did cut taxes permanently for wealthy people, temporarily for middle class. And they expired, I believe. They had expired already. So you weren't, regular folks wasn't getting them anymore, but the rich kept them. Him being part of the rich.
Right.
That benefit him to a certain degree. And, you know, I could certainly see that. But I don't see Wayne as intelligent enough or schooled enough. It seemed like to me somebody had to put that.
Oh no, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that either. I feel the same way about Wayne as I feel about Trump. Yeah. I don't feel like Trump picked the people that he pardoned, and I don't feel like Wayne made the decision on his own to endorse Trump.
So now what we have, the question then becomes, the people that was on that list, how did they get on that list from the other people? One of the ways could have been, oh yeah, we got to put Wayne on there because he endorsed the president at the time.
So. Oh, absolutely possible. But also something that kind of hits home in a way. And here's the thing. With this whole entire Trump presidency, I understand that people have strong opinions about him. And I'm just talking about everybody. He's a very polarizing figure. And you're frozen, by the way. I understand that people have a very, 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 very strong opinion about him either way. But I've always struggled with, I don't know if he's been not overall, but on individual occurrences, I've struggled with whether he's being evil, for lack of a better term, or he's just that dumb. And I'm not putting either one of them past him. What did this guy do? Tim broke it, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm really confused at what happened. I'm trying to, let me see. I'm assuming. What did you do? I'm assuming his computer crashed. Yep. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. All right. So, yeah, Tim. Okay, yeah. Tim had a brownout, which reminds me of this very terrible movie that I watched. Speaking of which, yeah, that's something new that's going to be coming to the YouTube channel. Everything by SPJ, movie review show. The first season has been recorded already. It just has to be edited, which is going to take a little bit of time because the format is basically each movie. First of all, it's older movies and shows. So that's that. And then on top of that, it's each movie. Actually, we didn't end up completing any show episodes the first season. We tried a couple things went wrong. It's not important. Maybe we'll talk about that at some point. The things that went wrong during that the recording of that first season of the show. But the first season is only movies, and each movie we do 2 videos. One is a long form discussion of how we feel about the movies, and the other one is a much shorter but still relatively long video. Like I think the discussion videos are about 40 minutes to an hour, and the other video is a video where we use the multi-world movie metric. Those of you who have been around here for a while, you have heard about the multi-world GOAT metric, and that's the metric that we use to measure artists' careers, musical artists' careers. And we have that, and we found a way to configure that into movies, and we did the movie metric, and those are going to be the second episodes of those of the review show. So it's going to be each movie is going to have 2 videos dedicated to it, and it's going to be coming out soon. I don't know. Shut up. It's going to be coming out soon. I don't know exactly when. I don't know because it's the editing.
It's coming out at some point in 2021.
Well, yeah, sure, but that's not really helpful. But anyway, like I was saying about Trump. So there have been points individually, not overall, individually, where I know that people have strong opinions about him, and I know that sometimes, to the best of us, our opinions cloud our judgment. Right. And we sometimes take our opinions fact and blah, 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 blah. Right. So, but there are times based on an individual basis where I'm like, are you being quote unquote evil, or are you that dumb? Because there are some things that he's said and done, and I'm like, yeah, you might actually believe this.
Well, I think he does. He might actually believe it. I just think that too many people are willing to make that be the thing that excuses him.
No, fuck the excuses.
You know what I'm saying? Because I look at I'm results oriented. I look at the result of what happened. And what I tend to do is, instead of subtracting blame from him, I add blame to others.
Oh, yeah.
Who allowed that bullshit to be a thing. You know what I'm saying? You put this stupid, and listen, going off of what his niece has put out there about him, he's not just stupid. He's evil.
That's why I said it the way that I said it, because I do believe that he's both, but I wonder which one has the bearing on individual decisions that he makes. So, like, there are some things that he's done that I'm fairly certain he thought was right. And when I say right, I don't mean just true. I also mean righteous. Like, I'm certain that there are things that he thought were like
good. There is the other problem with that, because much like when they say someone that has a mental health issue, and they are trying to fix themselves. The same brain that's having is the brain you're trying to use to fix it.
Right.
So if you are intrinsically a person of bad character, I shudder to think what you think is righteous.
Fact.
And it kind of reminds me of the that thing in that Morty show where he says Rick and Morty said where Rick says, I welcome your booze because I see what you cheer for. Right. This is me. This is me. Yo, I welcome your booze because I see what you cheer for. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I kind of, either way, the result would probably be near similar. That's why he's like a broken clock, where, broken clock is right at least twice a day. So I always chalk it up for that when there's a point when Trump says something that I agree with. It's a broken clock. Also, I'm also of the opinion that everything he does is self-serving. That whole, for instance, when Trump said, y'all giving him $600 for it, you should be getting him $2,000. That rings hollow, you saying that after the election, after you lost already. That rings hollow when you had all of those months when they first was presenting this shit to make that appeal when it would have mattered. So even if he's right, he's only doing that for self-serving reasons, and you can't get no credit for that. Now, for me,
no, fuck credit.
Is all I can say on that is he's right. We should have got more than 600, and then turn to him and say, "Where was you before, nigga?
Yeah,
like where was you before on all this?" So
absolutely,
that's not gonna make me think more favorably of your bitch ass, because I know you had it within your soul. And one thing about being a president, the power of the bully pulpit.
Mm-hmm.
You can literally get up there and pull a press conference up at any time, and all networks will come in front. He could have literally went up there and put pressure on Congress beforehand, and not just pressure on the Republicans, but on the Dems, because in a lot of these cases, the Dems won't publicly say what they're for when they should have.
Yeah.
They should have made that clear. So because he went right in there and tried to scoop the issue up. But it was too late, nigga. You already lost. That wasn't gonna save you at all. That wasn't gonna save you, and you're up out of here. Right about that. You're down in Florida, which is a good reason for me never to go back. But
so here's what Wayne said.
Period.
I wanted to thank President Trump for recognizing that I have so much more to give to my family, my art, and my community. I also want to thank Bradford Cohen for working so diligently to secure another chance for me. Love. Wayne. And more Wayne. Social media reacts to Lil Wayne expressing gratitude for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, Lil Wayne acknowledged the revolutionary and said that he was grateful. He took to Twitter and tweeted, "Because he had a dream, I am able to live out my dreams. I am forever mindful, forever grateful. Because he had a dream, I'll never stop dreaming, and dreams are forever. King forever." A couple of Twitter followers were a bit surprised because of past statements Wayne has made, and more recently, his photo op with Donald Trump before the 2020 election took place. One person wrote, "I thought you said that there's no such thing as racism. Should have kept that in mind before endorsing Trump." If you recall, in 2016, Wayne stated that he had never experienced racism. During an interview with Undisputed, co-host Skip Bayless explained why a lot of white kids love rap. Wayne said racism didn't exist. He stated, "I don't want to be bashed, but I think it's a message that there's clearly no such thing as racism." Wayne continued, saying his blessings and experiences as an entertainer allowed him to form an opinion on race relations. "I've never dealt with racism," Wayne said, "and I'm glad I've never had to. I believe it's over, but obviously it isn't." What? When asked if he had ever experienced anything offensive based on the color of his skin, he replied, "No, sir." And the article just ends on "Welp."
This is the thing that really kills me about these rocket raccoons over here. So, nigga, this reminds me of, take the case of the comic book Marvel version of Thor, right? This is what they do with Martin Luther King, by the way. So there was the actual in-lore mythology that was a religious figure that people believed in, Thor. And then there's the Marvel version, where they have altered certain things about the character to fit their needs. And when you put them side by side, there are striking similarities, but also striking differences. This is what they did with Martin Luther King. There was the actual living, breathing Martin Luther King that they hated.
Mm-hmm.
They fucking hated. And then there's the Marvel version that they created to fit their purposes.
Right.
That everyone's running around. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Thor. No, you're a big fan of the Marvel version of Thor.
Right.
You wouldn't have liked the religious Thor. You wouldn't have liked that, right? And they try to put them together and say this is the same. It's not the same.
No, it's not
So
the same thing.
what he was saying, expressing his gratitude, he wasn't expressing his gratitude for the real MLK, the one that told white moderates that you are every bit as big of a hurdle to progress for our communities as these white citizens councils and Klan members. He wasn't that guy. That's not what he was talking. He was talking about the Marvel version.
Mm-hmm.
The one, even listen to what he said. He goes, he mentions the dream shit.
Mm-hmm.
That is one speech
mm-hmm.
out of a plethora of speeches, articles, interviews, whatever. It is the exact same speech that is always referenced by people that would have been his enemy back then. Because this is the only part that they give a fuck about. The content of someone's character rather than the color. That's the only thing. And they use that to say, well, surely we can't be judging people off the content. Remember I told you before, everything we create through pain and struggle, they weaponize and use against you. And then monetize that shit. And then monetize it.
Facts.
Wayne, no one should take anything Wayne says about
anything,
race or anything seriously. And I'm half tempted to say you shouldn't take anything he says about rap seriously, only because there are times he uses metaphors that don't.
Yo,
don't. What are you talking about?
Listen, my guy.
But I'm not going to do that because he has other things that he can lean into far as on the skill metric. He has other things. But I'm almost tempted to say don't think seriously about that either.
I'm saying it. For a while, I've been I've been completely like off Wayne as a rapper. Like whenever he puts out a new album, not even whenever, just the last two, the Carter 5 and the Funeral joint. I listened to those and I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what I expected. Right. There were a couple songs that was like, yeah, this is amazing. And then the rest of it was like, yeah.
You know, this is an extension on the be the change you want to see, right? For me. Like, my advice to anybody that is a quote unquote celebrity or has that status for whatever thing that you do. Yo, be a benefit to the world in some way. You know, like with him, it's a little different because he got into the game early as fuck. And I always question how much of your development as a person gets distorted when you become famous early on before you went through those lessons of that teach or show you the type of person that you wind up becoming through those experiences. The things that Wayne experienced that the average person of his age when he was young has not, right? So these are developmental times in your life. Like my son got involved with music roughly around the time he was 16, 15, something like that. But he still had a whole bunch of developmental years before that to kind of become the person. And then he didn't get famous or rich off of it. Just he was doing the music, right?
Right.
For as a guy like him, I honestly feel like I often wonder what he would have been had he been Lil Wayne later in life rather than Lil Wayne when he was young, because some of the takes he has, it's of someone that's been in a bubble.
Oh,
that's literally been in a bubble, you know.
he doesn't really talk often. So like all of the takes he has,
Yeah,
really.
facts.
I mean, but it kind of makes me wonder what Baby thinks about these type of things. Because as much as I hate Master P, Percy talks about these things.
Yes, he does. He absolutely does.
You know, I mean, every time I see his name, it makes me cringe. But
maybe you cringe for different reasons.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But he talks about these things.
Baby,
does. Not so much.
I hate to take what I'm about to say as a grain of salt of someone that doesn't really know these niggas, even less than probably you do. Right? Baby strikes me to be the average, super ignorant dude who does have a few beneficial traits that allowed him to get into the position he's in.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yeah, and this is what I always try to warn people. Just because somebody is successful in a specific area of his life does not mean that they therefore become a guru. And I see too many people doing that. They make them a guru for everything else. They like in this country, that has been taught to us in the form of the people that are rich or business owners. Well, they try to teach us that not only are these people successful in their field, but they're successful in their field because they're more moral too. Right. And that's horseshit. They have better practices.
Bullshit.
That's bullshit.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Bullshit.
And the fact you're stupid, and the fact that you have poor people that bought into that, into a talking point or a narrative that directly slaps you in your own face. Say that the reason you're not wealthy, the reason you're not successful,
not as good as these people.
You're just not as good as these people. The fact that I see broke ass motherfuckers, brokey smurfs, running around this bitch, kind of using that. It's the equivalent to me as an anti-black person, as a white supremacist black person that we see fairly regularly now, because they get to put their shit online and everybody can see their dirty drawers on the clothesline. Their pissy mattress is out there for everybody to see now. Some of like I said, man, some of these people.
Yeah, that makes me think though. Why does Diddy get a pass?
What do you mean?
People shit on Baby because of how horrible he treated people that have come up under him.
Yeah.
But Diddy did the same exact thing.
It's presentation.
Pretty much everyone except Biggie, and I think that's only because Biggie died.
It's how he presents. I'm telling you, people are shallow as fuck.
Yeah.
Diddy doesn't present the same way Baby does. He doesn't. And people shallow. They'll look at your presentation before they see the substance. And you're right. Diddy should get every bit as castigated about his business practices. And I hate when I hear motherfuckers say, especially black people, say, well, that's the way the business is. Nah, B.
You don't gotta be.
You went into that knowing that the business disadvantages and takes advantages of artists, particularly black artists. And you went in it knowing that and did the same thing they did. Nah, B. You can't black excellence your way out of that. You can't rock the vote your way out of that, B. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. Because it was within your power. Even if you had to play ball in the beginning, it was within your power once you got the power to not
at a certain point.
Yeah. Right. And you continued on. So,
like, nigga, you almost a billionaire.
And
now we hear not the people I'm about to name have other issues.
Yeah.
We don't hear these things about them. We don't hear these things about Dre.
Right.
We don't hear these things about Timbaland.
Right.
We don't hear these things about Ludacris.
Right.
We don't hear these things about Nelly. They've all had artists under them.
Yes.
And we don't hear these things about them.
But does that kind of lead credence to the idea that for the most part, you cannot become a billionaire?
The Dre is
exploitation. Yeah, but Dre got it differently. Like, he didn't get a billion through music.
That's true.
He didn't get a billion through music. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, is it?
Yeah.
For the most part, maybe not in every case, but for the most part, you cannot gain that amount of money
because nothing is quote unquote impossible.
Right.
But
right, it's not probable. It's not probable.
Yeah, like 99.9 maybe.
But I always say, man, like even with these celebrities that do all of these good things that you see in public, that do these good works and stuff, if they have merchandise that they sell, or if they got ownership in a company that makes things, somewhere along the line, depending on what that product is, they're using sweatshop stuff.
Yeah.
The fact that you pay them a lower wage helps you become a billionaire. That's the exploitation of people. You didn't compensate them for their labor. Right. So even if we see them in the public eye and we generally have a good feeling about them, when you actually point your brain in that direction and do a deep dive, you're gonna find some things. It's like,
and even sometimes it could possibly be something that they're not necessarily cognizant of.
Yeah, but then you also ask that question. Why are you not?
Right.
Like, are you that detached that you don't know that this is happening in the world? Because
like, again, where it's like, I don't feel like dealing with this shit here.
Yeah. Because I always say to myself, like, I don't have the internet, for all its faults, is also one of the best creations that humans have ever done. Right. I don't have the resources or the time.
I don't believe you.
To learn everything that I probably should know that's happening politically around the world, even when it comes to things that directly affect me. I don't.
You say so. I
don't. When you have money though, and access, at that point, not knowing, it's because you don't want to. It's because you.
You don't want to be bothered with the details.
You don't want to be bothered with the details. You know what I'm saying? Because you absolutely have the ability to know. Or to have people around you that know and can tell you. Like,
tell you, but they don't mean they will.
True. Because they could be in it for themselves.
Or even it could be because I like painting things. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, if you've listened to the show long enough, you know that Tim is the more pessimistic of the two of us.
Yeah, people are trash.
Yeah, they are. However, I like to point out where people can be wrong without necessarily being
evil.
Yeah. So like it could be a scenario where that person that's under Diddy, we're just using Diddy as an example.
Right.
The person that's under Diddy might be doing all this shit because they want to keep their job. And they think that if they don't produce a certain return, then they might not keep their job. And like, oh well, Diddy don't want to know the details of this anyway.
Right.
Let me go ahead and do what I gotta do.
That's absolutely true, but it also does fold back around to self-interest.
Oh, absolutely.
It folds back around to that.
No, business inherently
is about self-interest. Yeah. But I also tell people this: do not get it twisted. It is not a good business deal if both parties don't benefit from it. I don't give a fuck. Like you can only go for so long.
That's why
the only one that benefits.
That's why they called one-sided business deals steals.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
you can only go for so long, having that as a reputation. I give you Exhibit A, Donald Trump. Exhibit A. Yes, one of the worst business practices that you can ever imagine in the lane that he's in, and as a result,
he always came out on top.
He always came on top, and as a result, he loses in other ways. Because I always tell people, talk to any business person that rolls those circles in New York about Donald Trump. Just go talk to him, and they'll tell you he can't get money from many people anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
He burnt bridges with that shit, and now that one place he was getting money from, they announced a couple of days ago they ain't fucking with him no more. So now, right? As a matter of fact, this same place, I cannot remember the name of that bank, but this same place, there's a part of an investigation to see like what the fuck was going on with that deal that he had with them to give him the money. So
you're not talking about Bank of America, are you?
No, this is a foreign bank. This is a foreign bank, and like all I can tell you is, you can get caked up having fucked up business practices.
Oh yeah,
there comes a time where everything to quote Burn Mordo and Doctor Strange, the toll comes due.
Mhm.
And look, nobody gonna keep fucking with you if they don't benefit from a business deal with you. They're not.
If you want to do that, you gotta get in and get out.
You get in and get out. Make your money, and I'm out. I retire, y'all.
Mhm.
I'm done. You know what I'm saying? And sit on your money and go to the Cayman Islands or some shit like that.
Right.
Because you done.
Or switch industries or something.
Or switch industries, because and even then, your reputation precedes you.
Mhm.
So as soon as the motherfucker find out, oh, so now you in this lane. Wait a minute, what you do in the other lane? Oh yeah, I remember that. Nah, we ain't fucking with you. We ain't fucking with you. Your name is important. It's one of the reasons why the only time I've ever done any serious wide scale crowdfunding has been when we did the Celestial War thing, and it was important for me for everybody to be satisfied that donated money so that we could throw that show. Because if you fuck up and there is any sort of or evidence that you were trying to take advantage or exploit people, that's it for you when it comes to raising money.
Except for you out here in these streets, my guy.
Yeah, that's it for you. Go home. Go home. That's done. So it was important that had to come off and people felt satisfied and got their money's worth and were happy with the end result of it. And we had something to show for it, that we actually did what we said we was going to do, and not just pocket them thousands of dollars, in our own pockets. Like, nah, we gave them what we said we was going to give them. That's important, man. That's important. And on a wider scale overall business, you can get away for a little while, but it's going to catch up with you.
Mm-hmm.
Keep not giving people what they put their money in to get. Keep doing that. Keep doing it.
All right. So from the second Black male musical artist that I don't like anymore to a third Black male musical artist that I don't like anymore. And this is a lesson for the children. It's a lesson for the children. You're gonna go through this. Snoop Dogg praises Trump for commuting sentence of Death Row Records co-founder Michael Harris.
I don't. This just for complete transparency, this article is on Fox News. So if it read a little different,
no, I've read this one.
Okay,
I read this one because I wanted to be sure, because I know I have a bias against Wayne, against Snoop, so I don't want to ever do an article on the show where it's like they're getting mauled for no real reason.
Right.
So I checked those pieces out because I know I have bias there. Snoop Dogg is one happy fella, and he has President Trump to thank for it. The 49-year-old hip-hop icon praised Trump during his final hours in the White House for commuting a sentence of Death Row Records co-founder Michael Harris, who has served 30 years of a 25-year to life sentence for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Trump issued 73 pardons and 70 sentence communications early Wednesday as he prepared to leave office. Harris learned Tuesday he was among those who will be released early from prison. I love what he did, Snoop Dogg, real name Calvin Cordazar Brodus Jr., said of Trump's decision, according to the New York Post. Harris, 59, showed exemplary prison record for 3 decades, a statement released by the White House said. Harris is also said to have mentored fellow prisoners about becoming an entrepreneur, as well as completed business and journalism degrees. Snoop Dogg continued to applaud Trump and his team for its great work ahead of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's inauguration ceremony Wednesday. They did some great work while they was in there, and they did some great work on their way out. Let them know I love what they did. It's amazing what the work of God can actually bring to life. Understand that there is a God. Artist made these comments during a Zoom meeting with prison reform advocates Alice Marie Johnson and Weldon Angelos, the Post said. A Rap for the Rapper did not immediately respond to Fox News' request for comment. Johnson, who wrote a book in May 2019, is known for being released by Trump in 2019 with the help of reality star turned prison advocate Kim Kardashian. She had been in jail for more than 20 years, serving a life sentence on nonviolent drug charges. Her release was filmed for an episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. According to the Post, Angelos, who received a full pardon from Trump in December, believes Ivanka Trump played an important role in Harris's pardon. The credit on this one goes to Ivanka because Ivanka was not going to take no for an answer, he allegedly said in a Zoom call. Angelos called it a huge win for hip-hop. Snoop Dogg's recent comments are a reversal from critical statements he made about Trump just months before the 2020 presidential election. Donald Trump is a fucking weirdo, he reportedly said in June in a video on Twitter. If you voted for him, I don't have no problem with that. But if you're still with him, fuck you. This is the lesson, ladies and gentlemen. So you're ignoring everything that he did because he let your friend out of jail. Not just ignoring, now you're praising him. Never meet your heroes, man.
Look, here's the thing, right?
These West Side Connection niggas.
Here's the thing. Trump is on record for talking shit about Trump supporters. So that's why all of this makes it so much very worse.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's clearly full of self-interest.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard of the guy Hario. Absolutely. I've heard the name. I'm back when Death Row was doing anything. I heard of all of that shit. I don't know what he did while he was in there. And maybe he deserved to be out. I don't know.
Absolutely possible.
What I do know is Snoop Dogg doesn't have to tickle Trump's balls.
Right.
The way he did right there. Because some gratitude about this dude coming home. Because it's not about you and it ain't about him. And while you was reading the article, I went down to the comments because I so rarely am on Fox. I want to see what people come from. And it's always a litany of the same shit. This is why you don't empower that shit.
Right.
As a black person, you're not supposed to empower that shit because it leads to the thing that kills me, man. Last week we was talking about slippery slopes. This the shit that bothers me. Don't worry about the slope on one end, now worry about the slope on the other.
Facts.
When you continue to empower these motherfuckers, it doesn't bring them over to your way of thinking. It doesn't bring them over to the reality of what's happening in your life and the life of your community. All it does is they use it for validation that their trash takes and ignorant outlook about a community that they have no connection with is going through.
Yeah.
It validates it for them.
It's not a take. It's a literal just take for them.
That's all. That's all. And that's why I came to the conclusion a while ago that when I hear people saying this entitled thing about we should be able to have conversations with any and everybody. No, I don't need to have conversations with any and everybody. For what? I know your position. Y'all keep acting like y'all coming up with new positions, man. This is the same criticisms hurled against Martin Luther King. They use against today's activists.
Yep.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't saying nothing new, man. Y'all not saying nothing new. And if you think you are, how absolutely arrogant must you be to think that all these points and talking points that were developed long before you were born are somehow something that was never talked about, used, or thought of before you came here. Please miss me with that shit. I don't need to necessarily listen to your stupid ass to find out about your way of thinking because there are books on it, there are articles written about it, other people have said it, and all you're mostly going to do is hit me with a bunch of talking points that I already heard some other motherfucker use. And a lot of those times, you're not even going to cite a reference.
Right.
That's a waste of my time. I also don't need to sit there and dignify somebody who questions my worth as a person and the worth of the humanity of the ethnic group I come from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to sit there and have a conversation to convince you I'm worth something.
No.
Fuck out of here.
Absolutely.
Fuck out of here with that. But some of y'all gonna die out there, y'all gonna live and y'all gonna die on that hill.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all gonna live and y'all gonna die on that hill. Ain't nothing I can do about it. But just miss me with it. I don't need to have a conversation with every single motherfucker that has a viewpoint that's contrary to my viewpoint, especially when they're not gonna say nothing new.
Yo, you know what's funny about this? These type of things make me understand and respect.
Hey, yo, hold on. Please hold that thought, because I gotta acknowledge my man Nels over here with the reverse trollogram. This is what I do on Addy shit all the time. Right. I go on this shit and go trollogram and then start the bullshit. The fact that Nels popped up here.
Yo, I was watching the stream last night. I was watching the stream last night, right? And I was watching it on my TV, so I couldn't comment.
Right.
But Nels had asked about Soul Calibur on PC.
Mm-hmm.
So I sent Addy a link in Messenger,
right,
to Soul Calibur on Steam, and without context, because Addy had no way of knowing that I was watching.
Right.
He responded, "So what you saying, bro? This is not a challenge. I saw y'all ask if it was on PC. That's all. Relax, my guy, because I am not versed in Soul Calibur.
Right.
Or do I have it? This is not me jumping out the window. I simply saw that there was a need and I attempted to help out.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yo, it's a lot. I'm just saying, it's a lot of smoke on that show.
That's what it is.
The rest of y'all, if you haven't yet gone and checked out Addy's live stream, go check the shit out. It's funny as a motherfucker. A lot of times it's funny as shit, and they be beefing. Yeah. They be on the game beefing.
Facts.
But
I saw Addy get his ass whipped last night, though.
Oh, I see that happen all the time.
I know. I'm just saying.
Bravo, Nels, for the reverse troll, yo. That was well done.
He was getting his ass whipped in some Mortal Kombat last night, and it was interesting. It was interesting. He was upset about it.
Sure, he was
a little bit.
Sure he was. A little bit.
But like I was saying, things like this make me have a deeper respect and tolerance for some people that I used to hate. Not hate, that I used to have issue with.
Right.
Paul Mooney.
Right.
Chris Rock. Because I thought about it. I just went through one of those things that we were talking about where the girl made the song about Yellow Bones, the thought process that I went through.
Right.
And, I just had one of those moments just now because I'm like, Snoop is doing this because he got all these white fans. And then I'm like, wait,
no.
But Daniel Kaluuya had a bunch of white fans and he still didn't give a fuck. But when I was like, hold up, but Daniel Kaluuya hasn't been doing this as long as Snoop.
No.
So I was like, oh, wait, Paul Mooney, Chris Rock, they still call out white people.
Yeah.
Now, Paul Mooney lower level because he never really got as big. But Chris Rock.
But shit, that was absolutely part of Paul Mooney's whole shtick.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
that's why Paul Mooney came to mind first.
Right.
But just thinking about it a little bit further, because again, my thought was, all right, Paul Mooney, but I'm waiting. Okay, Snoop's probably more famous than Paul Mooney. Oh, wait, Chris Rock.
Yeah.
Chris Rock is on a similar level of fame.
That's right.
Chris Rock don't be like any personal things that he might have with one particular person aside. Whenever he has a camera or a mic in front of him, he is relatively consistent about how he feels about the white supremacist power structure.
Right.
So Snoop, I was trying to find a way to give you a little teeny bit of a pass. B, I just can't.
Like I said, my issue is the self-interest. Because like I said, he's on record. I've literally seen video on his Twitter where he and his Instagram where he goes in on them. So doing this, it's obvious why you tickled his toes and shit.
Right.
Like and I'm not here for it. I don't give a fuck. Listen, say the day of tomorrow, you slapped the shit out of a Proud Boy, right? And you wound up going to jail. And Trump was still in office and he pardoned you. I'm still gonna say fuck him.
Absolutely.
Fuck him, free SPJ. Right. But I'm still like, there's no reason for me to.
I would still be saying fuck him on my return speech.
Yes. Like I don't niggas be, but again,
for several reasons. One, just the concept of keeping that same energy. That's number two. Like I said earlier, I'm fairly certain that 90% of the people on that list he did not put on that list.
It's people that did things that he don't remember they did for him, and the people that keep track of that on his team. So we got it's that sort of shit.
Even in this article, it said that that Harry O wasn't even about Donald. It was Ivanka.
Yeah, like I say, it's other shit, man. And at least anybody be shocked or confused about Ivanka Trump's intentions. You need to understand something. She is her father's daughter. That's all I'm gonna tell you. The same way his sons are, the difference between them is the same difference between my sister and me and my brother. So my sister is clearly my mother's child. Clearly, right? However, she presents different. My sister is every bit as ornery. You know what I'm saying? But she wanted to be every bit as obstinate. She presents different. She puts a better face on it than me and my brother ever did. You know, and because of that, people will tend to think they can get away with some shit with my sister that they couldn't get away with me until they try that shit. Until they try that shit. You know what I'm saying? So there are so many. There's a reason why Ivanka was out of the country during a large part of that election cycle. She didn't want to be here for that smoke, man.
Right.
You don't want to be here for none of that smoke. What's up, Cindy? She says he probably never laid eyes on most of that list. Yeah, absolutely. He probably didn't. It's probably some people on there that he is tuned with, like when Marissa brought up Sheriff Arpaio. Yeah, he knows who that guy is. But some of them other motherfuckers, he don't know who the fuck they are. Nor does he care.
Right.
Nor does he care.
It literally doesn't affect him either way.
And look, I always say people are blind to things for the dumbest reasons. Like, we have literally seen him abandon people.
Oh, yeah.
Seen him abandon people.
No. Hold on. No, we're not about to undersell this. We've seen him abandon people. Literally, a trope of his is abandoning people.
And attacking
throughout
them.
The entire presidency.
Yeah.
Someone will work for him. They will finally say one thing against them. He fires them. They go to jail, and he ignores it.
Ignores them. Or talk shit about them.
Talk shit about them.
Yeah.
It's
you still see people running around this motherfucker trying to curry his favor because they think they're going to be one of the lucky ones that he's not going to shit on or going to find a way to go through the cracks and shit.
Even if you didn't happen to catch the pattern, right? What should have gotten through your thick skull was one of two people. Mike Pence or Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah.
When he turned his back on them, that should have been the clue.
I told you everything you needed to know.
Hold on. These motherfuckers. Pence spent his entire 4 years as vice president
kissing that ass,
doing more of trying to keep Trump comfortable than, and I might be exaggerating here, in his duties as vice president.
Well, yeah, because no. You're absolutely right. Because there's a video. I remember at the time when it happened. They're all sitting in a meeting, with the rest of these Republican fucks. And Trump has some water, a bottle of water on the table.
Mm-hmm.
He picks the bottle of water up, sips it, puts it on the floor. Mike Pence then immediately picks his water up, sips it, and puts it on the floor. So no, listen, nigga, listen.
Yo.
Listen. Listen.
Then you go to Rudy. Rudy is literally now, barring the fact that there's a certain level of immunity for certain things that the president has while he's in office. Putting that aside, Rudy was literally keeping Trump out of jail.
Yeah. Or trying.
Again, that aside.
Yeah.
And fighting for this goddamn election.
Fighting for using every lie he could use.
Every possible lie.
Think about that. This is a part of me thinks that Rudy, because listen, go talk to some black people that lived in New York when Rudy was the mayor. Go talk to him. Go talk to him about Rudy. When they run around here and kiss his ass about that 9/11 thing and talk about Rudy, clean the city, everything, go ask black and Latinos in New York how they feel about Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah.
But all of the good press and good branding he got from that, he squandered it for Trump. Using every lie to Trump, backing up every lie. And then because he's lost so many steps, he's not the person that he was. No. This motherfucker has gotten on TV shows and admitted certain things that fuck Trump's narrative up, right? Like he's a piece of shit. Cindy says he did right up until the end. Once he knew Trump was going down, suddenly Pence has ethics because he still has a political career to salvage.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's basically what it is.
I mean, yeah. It's just, yo.
He shouldn't be allowed to say, listen, this is the other thing that infuriates me about you fucking hairless apes.
I mean, no. You would be more.
Shut up.
Okay.
Shut up. All right. Your attention span used to be
atrocious, yo.
It used to be that of a goldfish. I'm saying now it's that of a grapefruit.
You stupid.
Look.
I really dislike you.
Look, listen, y'all motherfuckers gonna really do it, ain't you? Don't lie to me. Y'all gonna really do it. Y'all gonna let these motherfuckers skate. Y'all gonna let 3 or 4 years go by and let these motherfuckers rehabilitate their image after they kissed his ass and let the man get. Y'all gonna do that, ain't you?
I saw this really interesting take that I was like, huh. As much as I looked at it completely unbiased. And looking at it from that perspective, it's very interesting. Someone said, I don't even remember where it came from. Somebody said that Mike Pence was going to spend the next 4 years doing essentially what W did. And come time for the next election, he will be the lovable alternative.
I'm telling you now.
Yo, right, if that happens.
Let me tell you the reasons why I think that's not going to work for Pence. He's going to try it, but it ain't going to work. I'm going to tell you why. And why it worked for Bush.
Yeah.
Anybody knows anything about the Bush family, they know that George Bush Jr. was the fuck up.
Yo, and that's what I was about to say. The biggest thing, if you remember earlier, I was talking about Trump's two sides, his evil and his stupidity. Bush was just known for being dumb.
Yeah, he was the fuck up. Yo, he was getting high. He was drinking really bad before all this. They had to he got cleaned up to get in the position he's in. But in doing that, though, he kind of came off as the goofy frat boy type thing, right? So there was a perception of him from people in the middle. And we don't like the shit he did, but he ain't, he's not a bad guy. People on the left looked at him as a terrible despot who is a war criminal. I don't care what nobody says. He's a war criminal. But he still was able to leverage that. The reason Pence can't do that, because that's not how Pence comes off as.
That's true.
Pence comes off as a religious fanatic. and people don't like those.
Mm-hmm.
They don't mind. They don't mind religion.
Right.
They don't like religious fanatics, and they especially don't like religious fanatics, people that use their religion to try to bludgeon other people and other groups over their heads with it to affect how they live their lives. If you want to do that, you go ahead and do that. But when you try to legislate your religious morals onto people that don't necessarily share them, it hit different. He comes off as that. He comes off as that. So I don't know how he gets away with trying to.
There's no Michelle Obama to help rehabilitate him either, because that's the one thing. That's the funniest thing. Outside of the Bernie thing. Before I do that, Bernie Sanders, this motherfucker. You know the whole cookout thing and how generally we hate that shit. Because I ain't gonna hold you. Listen. Bernie Sanders may be,
I know what you're about to say,
the only person that if I was giving exceptions to, I would probably give him one.
And I know why. Because one, the people that don't like Bernie try to downplay the fact that he was in those protests, but he
was in the streets.
We have footage of him doing that.
We have evidence.
So I definitely understand. I get that. You know what keeps him barred from me from the cookout? His stance on reparations. I'm sorry, B. No,
that's fair. But what did this badass motherfucker just do? He saw all the memes, right?
Mm-hmm.
He took the picture, put it on a sweatshirt, sold them for $45, and donated 100% of the proceeds to charity.
It is.
And not like just to charity. I just can't remember the specific cause.
Well, here's the thing about that. Bernie's not dumb.
Oh, no.
Why people say Bernie's not dumb.
Probably because he always just assume.
Yeah, that's what it is. But believe me, no. As a matter of fact, Bernie's sharp as fuck. Bernie been sharp since he was young. He's why do you think he was involved with all that other stuff?
Right.
But Bernie also knows that whatever money that shirt would have given him from a financial standpoint, it's nothing compared to the goodwill and the political capital. Nothing.
Oh.
Cindy further says, talking about Bush, he was incompetent and seen as the guy you could have a beer with, so people gave him a pass. Pence is just an unlikable prick, and we saw that. Like, that's why he's going to try it, and he's not the only one.
Right, yeah.
Guarantee you, Ted Cruz.
Oh, and the other
Harley.
Yes.
Guarantee. Here's the problem with Ted Cruz, though. This is his problem, and it's a big one. Long before he grew the beard, long before he tried to run for president, he was not liked.
No.
It was never a point where Ted Cruz was looked upon as someone that people liked.
Right.
His co-workers didn't like him.
Yeah.
The other senators, even the ones on his side.
Yeah.
They didn't fuck with him because he's a prick.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a rat face.
And he's a fucking waffle, too.
Oh, my goodness.
But the other one, people like him.
Harley?
Yeah, Halsey? Harley?
It's Harley. People do like people like him, but the people that do like him are on that far other side.
Okay.
Like, nobody on the left is looking at Harley like, no, because especially after these, interviews he had on Fox the last couple of weeks. Like,
yeah,
nah.
You gotta mess that up. But the whole W thing, that is the funniest.
Right. Cruz is a douche and probably more dangerous than Trump. That's
probably true. That's true.
Because Cruz ain't dumb.
I would say, dumb. I don't know if he's more dangerous. Only reason I would say I don't know if he's more dangerous than Trump is because of how unlikable he is. Donald Trump is polarizing, but he's not just unlikable.
My thing is, I never understood. Like, I always ask people to show me what's likable about him.
Yeah,
because you're right. That perception of him exists, and I'm going. So you're not looking at him, are you? you're looking at his wife and going, he's likable. There's literally nothing about that fat sweaty.
I don't get it. I got it for a while, right? When I was younger, it made more sense because it was simply the money. Like,
right.
That makes sense.
Or the perception of money.
Right.
Because he had effectively branded himself to be that when you think of Trump, you think money. You think success. You think wealth. Even if it wasn't true.
In general, like, let's say he wasn't the president for the last 4 years. Today, probably, when you think of money, you would probably think of Donald Trump, Floyd Mayweather, like, maybe 50 Cent, like that. But back to W. Outside of the Bernie memes, the funniest thing to come out of inauguration has been this narrative that is fact. It's based in fact.
It's cringe.
That no matter if George W. Bush does anything, he's going to find Michelle Obama.
Let me tell you why I find that to be cringy as fuck. Because we see the photo evidence. The video evidence. It's right there. It's right there. The reason I find that cringy as fuck, because to me it's an extension on when people were giving Robert De Niro props because he usually only dates black women. I don't like the validation Negroes seem to get.
I do agree with
from. I don't like it.
I absolutely agree with that.
I don't like it.
I don't like that narrative.
Y'all niggas getting validation from that. Y'all feel good about that. That makes you feel whole. It makes you feel accepted. Piss on that. Piss on that.
I absolutely agree with that.
Can we talk about?
Nonetheless.
It is hilarious. It is hilarious because it's funny because it's kind of true. It's true. We literally have the photo and video evidence of her giving them candy.
I promise you. Especially, all right, so I'm not too heavy into politics. My political awakening is basically for a couple of reasons. One, I want to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, so, and also it's because it's also self-interest because and to me that is the best reason.
One, I want to get out of here. Two, Trump has been a fucking shit show. Like literally, and I got this from Kevin on stage, and I just agree so much that I just can't even fight back against it at all.
Right.
You never used to think about the president every day.
No,
that's just wasn't a thing. No. Literally every day, Trump was in the news for some other shit.
I agree.
So that, and then of course my affiliation with you, sis, like that. Those are the reasons. But I'm literally never CW without Michelle Obama for the past. I don't even remember how long.
It's been some years. I feel like this goes in line with him being likable to people.
Absolutely.
Because Michelle is not exempt from people. She's people.
Thanks.
So now that he's not president, now that he's not in control enough, and now that we're not living under his policies, and also to be clear, when you're at the station in life that the Obamas are now, you're not really under anybody's policies. No. There's a lot of exceptions for you guys.
Yo, that's funny because Barack was on the Trevor Noah show recently, and Trevor was like, because he was talking, it was like 2 days before inauguration or something like that, and Trevor was talking about like very few people in the world know what it's like to come from living as the most powerful person in the world to becoming a regular citizen again.
Absolutely.
And Barack was like, hold on. No, he was like, to becoming a regular citizen again. So yeah, basically now you're just like me. And Barack was like, I'm a little bit better than you. I'm a little bit better than you.
I gotta watch that. That shit sounds hilarious.
I'm a little bit better than you. Give me more credit than that.
That's some Chicago snaps right there. He did pick that up. Fuck that. Like,
I'm like, yo, that's hilarious.
Barack will roast you. Like,
I mean,
he will roast you.
I mean, but when you make $400,000 a year for not doing anything,
I would roast you too,
bro. I'm not.
But I'd also be one of the happiest motherfuckers on the planet. Generally,
yes, in general, I'm not mad at nobody.
Yeah, generally.
Somebody on some specific bullshit, then I'm on your ass.
Yeah.
But generally, Bush, you were a lovable idiot, a lovable fuck up.
That's how they
look. Those days are over. You don't have the power to affect things as much. what does it hurt to allow you to be friendly? Like,
well, I'm gonna tell you how a lot of the masses see it. There's a segment of the masses that find it cute. There's another one that says there are a lot of people that died because
absolutely.
they lied to get us into that damn war,
Mhm.
Iraq war.
Mhm.
A lot of people died, and it cost blood and treasure of this country.
Facts.
They literally spent trillions of dollars on that, and we still kind of there. So there are people that will look at it again. This is about
Absolutely.
attention.
And I
This is
think both
about
are
attention
valid.
span.
I
Yeah,
think
me
both
too.
are valid.
But
here's the thing.
exactly.
My position was a genuine confusion.
Yeah.
Like I like what? Why?
Why is this a thing?
Yeah,
But when you start examining it, you understand. When you start looking
Mhm.
at the principal people that are involved, their stations and lives,
They
and
are
then the overall
live
situation.
normal life.
Yeah,
They're so removed. Like as much as it's a situation where the Obamas remember,
yeah,
they're not there anymore.
they're not in
They're
that position.
simply not there.
Right.
So yeah, they remember
Their
the
vantage
struggle.
point is different,
Yeah,
just like mine is. Like I no
right,
longer live in Emerson Village in Baltimore,
right.
so I remember all of it, but my
Mhm.
vantage point is different.
Yeah, I
It's
think
just different.
the issue is really when people forget.
Yeah, but they
That's
completely
really
forget.
yeah.
That's when, yeah. But I gotta say, man, like I'm always going to be the one that leans on the side of the motherfuckers that have nothing and
Thanks.
had to sit through these motherfuckers in power doing shit that did not benefit them.
Mhm.
Like I have not forgotten when Barack was drone bombing people,
Drone strikes, yeah.
but telling black people that violence isn't the answer.
Mhm.
Like I haven't forgot that. So and to me that shit helps center me so that while I can engage and see other people that don't reference that and why they like what they like and even get some entertainment out of it.
Yeah.
What drags me back is me remembering, yeah, I remember the motherfucker did do this shit. And
Yeah.
I did not like the level of distaste in my mouth at the time. It's one of the reasons why I didn't like Bill Clinton, because I didn't like the shit he pulled in front of the NAACP when he basically misinterpreted, and I say intentionally so, Sister Soldier's words about the riot that they had in LA at the time.
Mhm.
She was asked a question and she answered it. They said, "Why do you think people reacted that way?" And she said, "Well, I guess they think they kill each other every day. Why not take a week out to kill white folks?" That's
Right.
what she said. And he intentionally, in my view, said it the other way that made it seem like she said that that's what they should do. And he said this in front of Jesse Jackson. Why? Because he was down when it came to whites in the polls, and he needed to get that. And his personality since then has shown me that's what he does. He literally would co-opt Republican talking points to take the talking point away from them. That's what he did. But because I was a grown-ass man and paying attention to politics, I had for people that were born when he wasn't president.
Mhm.
That, like at a time he had long since been out of the office. They don't have them references, man. They don't have them references. And I acknowledge that. But the thing that
all they know is the saxophone, Monica Lewinsky,
smoking weed and
smoking weed. That's all they know.
And that make him seem like a regular
Kinda
everyman.
cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And I remember at the time when I was telling people that motherfucker from Little Rock, Arkansas, I shouldn't have to tell any black person what went down in Little Rock, Arkansas. So, but I mean, it is what it is. But I'm kind of, this is one of the things about getting older that is much appreciated, because my timeline and my frame of reference is a lot further than a lot of people. So it's hard for a motherfucker to reinvent themselves to me, especially as how petty as I am. It's hard for a motherfucker to do that for me, and it take. Like, yeah, I said, I see what you did.
So I'm fairly certain I know the answer to this, but what does it take for rebranding to be effective to you?
For me, the rebranding has to seem, what's the word I'm looking for? I need to see a chain of causation.
All right, so
you were here.
Hypothetically, the death of a child.
That's part of the chain of causation. Absolutely.
Okay.
But it also depends on what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Because it might be a chain of causation for one thing, but the other thing, this is not related to that.
Right.
So yeah, that the death of a child, I know I unfortunately have people who have lost in my life that have lost children. I see what that does to people.
Right.
So
so pretty much like I feel that that's pretty like I excuse nothing, but I understand pretty much any change that happens after that.
Yeah, like because it's so trauma inducing, and it's something that you can't get away from. Yeah, like the absence of that child is there, right? And even it doesn't matter how old you are either, because my mom's is still. My brother was 54 years old, right. So it don't matter. That shit does. There is definitely a reference mark in the timeline. It's there. But like I said, it does depend on what the person has changed about. If I can link it to the causation, because I always, like I said, I err on the side of, man, y'all motherfuckers capping. Y'all motherfuckers capping for branding and marketing purposes. So if I get a classic example, Strom Thurmond. Now, Strom Thurmond, you may not know who he is, but he was a politician. He's dead now, but he was a politician that was very much against integration. He was one of them. I mean, one of them. Racist. Over the course of years, though, his tone had softened and all of this stuff. But that never swayed me because, one, I didn't see any real causation for that. So it seemed like the winds of change were turning in society, and if he wanted to remain relevant as a politician, he needed to do that. And then when I saw one of the Republicans, I forget his damn name, but they had a little event for him. And he got up there and said that if had people listened to what Strom Thurmond had been saying for years, America would be in a better place now. And he was sitting right there when that motherfucker said it. And the stuff that Strom Thurmond was saying back then is the exact opposite of what most rational people want to see now. What you want from me, right? Because at the end of the day, I have to be in self-protection mode, not just for me, but for my family and friends. Right. And part of protecting them is protecting the narratives that I accept from motherfuckers that are outside of that peer group. So you're not going to get me to throw support your way when you have the power to do things that can fuck us up. And you have shown us in the past that this is kind of your thing. So now you didn't change. Did you change just to keep power? And what are you doing behind the scenes that I don't know about? This shit get dicey. The shit get dicey. And I'm always going to, one thing about me, I'm always going to err on the side of protecting my family and friends. Thanks. Almost to a fucking fault.
Definitely to a fault.
I will stab you straight through your nose bone. with my folks. Right. With my folks. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks.
You know, but that's why it's hard for me to look at these politicians. Because I feel like a lot of shit I'll be saying, yo, I swear, it's the funniest shit ever because all this self-congratulatory shit and there's extra praising and shit like that. We don't do that for garbage men. We don't do that shit for the mailman. That's a fact. Motherfuckers is actually doing some labor shit and are public servants. Right. Are we doing this for them? No, I ain't. But I know why we do it because politics is marketing, yo. I think it's all marketing and branding, man.
That's interesting. I wouldn't do it for a politician. I would do it for a scenario.
Yes. Good point. For an event that benefits a large amount of people that this person just happens to be connected to,
right?
Because they signed the bill or they put together the bill or whatever. Absolutely.
Like this run of executive orders that that President Biden has been on in his opening days has been relatively impressive. Like,
I approve. But I'll also say this: this is low hanging fruit because
absolutely. Oh, without question.
After
the vast majority of what he's doing, the vast majority of what he's doing is literally undoing what Trump did.
Yeah, and also, it's so smart.
Oh,
you want to make yourself look like you the guy. Man, what?
Oh, talk about branding.
And that's why I told you before we had this conversation off air a couple of days ago. You can't find it in me to criticize none of that shit.
No, not that.
Sorry, not gonna do it.
That stuff. Oh yeah, I wanted to bring that up, but I couldn't find an article for it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have a new president. Get over it, right?
Yeah,
that's number one. Number one, because and I'll even be fair. When I say get over it, I don't mean get over it right now.
Right.
Because somebody made a very incorrect point that was based in truth. Mm-hmm. And said that when Trump won, the liberals were trying to overturn the election for months. For 4 years. That's not true. But it is based on the fact that liberals were trying to overturn it for a little while.
But I always that's actually not false.
Right.
But I always cushion that shit by saying, and for good reason, because look what the fuck he did.
Absolutely.
Look what he did.
This is a scenario where you're intentionally leaving out details. I'll allow it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll allow it. You're intentionally leaving out details. All right, fine. We'll just go with what you said. They were trying to overturn the results of the election. Yes. All right, fine. Yes.
I think their argument works better before the events of January 6th.
Absolutely, it does.
That argument works. That argument don't hit the same now.
That's a blemish on the argument that you were trying to make. But we're gonna.
By the way, and the 400,000 dead from COVID.
Again,
that's
Biden's fault.
Yeah,
that's Biden's fault.
That's what he said. Yeah,
you can have that. That ain't what I'm mad at. Well, the thing is, when you get to a point where the point is you have to get to a point
right
where you're like, all right, this is what happened. You have to. Again, in the spirit of fairness, I'm not telling you to do it right now because it's been 3 days. All right, fine, cool. Take your time. Mm-hmm. Take your time. I ain't gonna hold you. But we know instinctively that as humans, things are going to get fucked up because humans.
Yeah, indubitably.
Simply because humans, right?
You preaching to the choir here now, baby.
Humans are wholly exempt from being infallible.
Yeah.
Wholly exempt.
That's not even in the same universe with it.
So I only ask because I don't care about criticism.
Mm-hmm.
Criticism, when it's valid,
it's helpful. Yeah,
it's absolutely helpful.
And that's what we do on this show. So
I will never. And when other evidence presents itself, then we make corrections, and that's what it is.
That's what it is.
But there is evidence of things to be criticized, yet you choose to criticize things that aren't. Some things that are even like innocuous.
Yeah.
Like Joe Biden was sworn in 10 minutes before 12 o'clock. The law says it should be. What are we talking about here?
So let me get this straight. You see that he got inaugurated 10 minutes before what was constitutionally prescribed, but you didn't see Trump leave the post completely.
Hours.
You ain't noticed that. This what remember when we talked about earlier about Hillary, and I told you I've been disliking Hillary for years, long before it was fashionable to dislike Hillary. Back when her husband was in office, because I ain't like that. I ain't like that swag.
Yeah.
But these same people couldn't see that she was right. What she said about Trump.
Yeah.
She had his fucking number. That everything she said, yo, that debate was so striking. So striking. Because when you put it up next to the events that actually took place, it's like
she can be Uatu, like narrating, the past 4 years. She could. I ain't gonna hold you. She could do that.
I am Uatu.
Right. Like, I mean, she can.
No, that shit was so uncanny. That it was almost like she had took a trip in the future, witnessed it herself, and then came back to tell us about it.
And you know the thing is, it's because she's not an idiot.
Yeah.
It's simply because she has eyes and she's capable of deducting.
She has eyes to see, ears to hear, and a brain to analyze.
That's it.
And it's not like that Trump hasn't been a public figure for years. His public record is out there for the world to see, which is why I don't give the excuse to people to say, well, we didn't know what kind of a... Yo, he has not been in the shadows. He has not... That man has been in movies. He's been on TV shows. I don't want to hear y'all, yo. I don't want to hear...
This is why he lost the popular vote.
Yeah, people know who he is.
That's why he lost the popular vote. Now, all right, the Electoral College. Okay, cool. I get it. Yeah. I strongly disagree with the idea of the Electoral College. I don't, normally when there are things that I don't like that are institutions, I can look back and understand why they were implemented at one point.
Even if you question of why they're still around. Yeah.
This is one of those things because the country was shaped differently back then. Right. I get that, but it's not. First of all, these are just some facts that I was like reminded of recently. And it was kind of based off of our joke about America not being a first world country. It's really a high two. It's a high two.
Right.
It's not a one. But America isn't a country of cities. It's not. It's
actually a country of little countries.
These states, but it's largely rural. Like vast, when I say vast, like I don't want people to think that I'm exaggerating because I'm not. I don't think I could exaggerate enough.
Right.
The vast majority of the land in the United States of America is rural, town, countryside. The overwhelming majority.
Right.
It's like, and now I'm exaggerating. It's like 7 cities.
Yo, you dumb.
I'm just saying, like,
you're dumb.
Like the tale of 7 cities. Get it? It was the best.
You're so stupid.
Okay, whatever. But yeah, it's like, and now I'm not exaggerating. I'm guessing, and I could be off. Mm-hmm. But it's what, like 1,000, 2,000 cities.
I'm looking it up now.
Okay, yeah, because it's like the big. It kind of came to me
when you start. Listen, when you would in this, I'm looking at this statistic. I'm looking at it includes cities, towns, and villages with incorporated places in the United States in 2019 by population size.
Nah, B, when you add villages, you kind of skew the numbers.
I'm just
villages,
saying.
my guy.
If they got a mayor,
villages are cities, my guy.
So there are, as of 2018, 19,495 incorporated cities, but they also include towns. Well, I'll give you towns. It'll include villages.
Yeah, I can't count villages, my guy.
So the 14,768 of these, listen to this number. This is important. The 14,768 of these have populations below 5,000 people.
Right.
Only 10 have populations above 1 million and none above 10 million. So listen what I'm saying. Think about this.
300+ million people in this goddamn country.
Yeah.
And you said how many? 10 of them have a population above 1 million?
Yes. Oh, I'm about to dive even deeper for a second there.
So if you take New York and Los Angeles out of the equation, nigga.
Okay, so I just excluded all of the populations that are below 5,000.
Right.
You know what number you get up? A lot closer to your 1,000 number. 4,727.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
But that goes to prove my point. So just to show you that I'm not exaggerating, the overwhelming majority of this country is not cities.
Facts.
It's little rural countryside, mountain,
trees, woods.
Yeah, that type thing.
And guess what? They can have that. That ain't even what I'm mad at. Because I like trees.
Oh, yeah.
And mountains and like that.
State parks are amazing.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
But yeah, it's not. So you got all these people crammed into these centers. With few people, living in the areas that they consider flyover, or then you also got to factor in the few wealthy people that own.
Well, yeah, sure.
Like so much land.
Right.
Theirs, and no one is living on it but them.
Right. But the proportion, like, was, now correct me if I'm wrong on this one, was the Electoral College determined when it was still the 13?
I believe it was developed around that time. Let me see.
Because if that's the case, bro, you had the entire population on the East Coast. So.
Okay. So I'm seeing this article here, all right, about the Electoral College. And basically, it was born of a compromise, right? So at the time of the Philadelphia Convention, no other country in the world directly elected its chief executive. So the delegates were wading into uncharted territory. Further complicating the task was a deep-rooted distrust of executive power, which we should have kept, by the way. After all, the fledgling nation had just fought its way out from under a tyrannical king and overreaching colonial governors. They didn't want another despot on their hands. One group of delegates felt strongly that Congress shouldn't have anything to do with picking the president. Too much opportunity for chummy corruption between the executive and legislative branches. Another camp was dead set against letting the people elect the president by a straight popular vote. First, they thought 18th century voters lacked the resources to be fully informed about the candidates, especially in rural outposts.
That's funny.
Now, what I'm going to say to y'all is you no longer lack the resources, you lack the will.
Yep.
You lack the will. You ignorant apes. So it says, second, they feared a headstrong Democratic mob steering the country astray. And third, a populist president appealing directly to the people could command dangerous amounts of power. I know those of you listening to this.
Almost as if.
Right.
It's almost as if there was some type of precedent. It's almost as if we should have.
Again, attention spans. Out of those drawn out debates came a compromise based on the idea of electoral intermediaries. These intermediaries would be picked by Congress or elected by the people. Instead, the states would each appoint independent electors who would cast the actual ballots for the presidency. So, what it sounds like to me is that during the original 13 colonies, no, there were no electoral thing, which is why they were afraid, because they had issues with governors of these states, you know, being a bit, power mad, hungry. Also, I always say to people, I kind of look, and maybe I'm wrong. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. I look at Black people that yell about states' rights a little crazy, because one of the biggest state rights they were fighting for was to keep your family in chains. So me personally, I'm not all that big on the idea of states' rights being this over-encompassing thing, because I saw what it did to my family, right? So when I see Black folks that's on that, I'm like, do you not understand that that was the argument used to keep your family in chains? And by doing so, absolutely retarded its ability to create generational wealth and pass on things to you.
Those things.
Simply because states' rights. We got a right to mistreat people. No. There needs to be an overarching power structure that says, no, you in fact cannot rape children. No, you in fact cannot just lynch people. No, you cannot in fact sell babies, newborn babies, from their moms forcibly. You can't do that. That's why I said, when I see people argue for the whole, when they go hard, there's some things that probably should be under state rights. But when I see you going hard on state rights and you look like me, I'll be looking at you. Like, so you cool what they did with your family? You cool with that?
With your folks?
With your folks? Because that you know, I told y'all before, that's how I see it. I don't see them because they want me to. They want me to see them as those people back then that I have no connection with. Nope, that's my family. Nope, it's my family. So I'm pissed for them. Y'all all saw Princess Bride.
No.
You never saw Princess Bride?
No.
Dude, one of the main characters in there, he was going around seeking vengeance for the death of his father. Yup.
Okay.
Saying his whole name.
I can dig it.
Saying his whole name. I am something Montoya. You have killed my father. I've come for revenge. Right.
Hey.
Right. I ain't letting you go for that.
They did what? Oh, all right. Yeah, I might get fired, but go ahead, my guy.
Like, no. Listen, it's my family you did that to. I'm looking at the government. I'm looking at you. I ain't looking at individual white people. They wasn't around back then. I'm looking at the government. This is still the same government. This is still the same government. Nah.
That's a fact. Speaking of which, I want to read this one. I guess I didn't put it on the.
You didn't put it on the docket, did you?
No, it's on the docket.
You broke it.
Shut up. Here is a letter to all of MAGAville.
Oh shit!
It's the Caucasian Guide to Post-MAGA America.
Oh damn!
Although the MAGA Games closing ceremony has been ridiculed, let me get through the article, my guy.
Yo, why did he call it the MAGA Games?
Let me get through the article, my guy. Although the MAGA Games closing ceremony has been ridiculed for the fourth shittiest fireworks display since the Francis Scott Key penned his magnum opus, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Pearl Harbor, still finished with medals. When we realized that white people were going to have a lot of times on their hands for the foreseeable future, we knew we were going to have to do something. This is something. Beginning in 2017, The Root began preparing this handy-dandy guide for people who are distressed about living in a shithole country where a black woman is the second in command. Even more disturbing, the commander-in-chief reads things and speaks in complete sentences. But knowing the history of whiteness in America, however, we totally forgot about it. Then came the November 3rd election, the Stop the Steal protests, and the January 6th Caucasian cookout and coup. Finally, when Joe Biden placed his hand on Jesus's trapper keeper to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. We knew white people were going to need someone to ease them out of the realm of conspiracy theories and economic anxiety and back into a reality-based world. Or maybe it was the oath of the Night's Watch. I'm not quite sure what it's called. I rarely pay attention to white men's promises. Okay. I can't really hold you for that. Think of this handy dandy guide as an addendum to the 1776 Commission report. If a group of mediocre white men can plagiarize some other mediocre white men and rewrite history, surely some of the best experts in the field of white peopleology could assemble an instruction manual for the gallant men and women who incited, supported, and participated in the 4-year-long white people purge. Here are your instructions on how to cope with this new post-megapocalyptic reality. Number 1, make America great again. When you finally emerge from your Trump-induced state of hypnosis, you might be shocked to learn that all of your white superpowers have vanished into thin air. Even worse, you might arrive at the sobering conclusion that you have been living in the shithole country this whole time. Don't worry, we can fix that. Although ignoring a global pandemic won't make it go away, you don't have to take shots of 100 proof bleach. Instead of arguing with the Walmart greeter about the non-existent constitutional amendment that guarantees you the right to spread the coronavirus, just wear a mask. I know it's hard, but since you are so enamored with your Confederate heritage, why not use the same strategy your Klan-adjacent forefathers used when they spread the virus of white supremacy? Pretend you're burning a cross or shooting pepper spray at a protester. See, masks can be fun. In addition to covering your face, here's one of the biggest ways to make America great for the first time. Sit down. If one is not enough, we can even offer you several seats. As long as you sit your ass down somewhere, we're willing to work with you. It's our number 1 wish. We've taken a poll on everything. The top 10 list of people tired of your bullshit include: number 10, managers who don't want to be spoken to. Number 9, non-racist women named Karen. Number 8, Capitol Police officers. Number 7, 911 operators who need you to calm down for a minute, ma'am. 6, white people who are racist, but not that racist. Number 5, the 44% of white women who didn't vote for Trump. Number 4, people who are just trying to do things while black. Number 3, the 17 police who didn't attend the insurrection shindig. Number 2, people whose lives matter. Number 1, the black women who keep having to save America from your ass. The next point of order: practicing law and order. White people being held accountable for their actions might make you feel like everything is descending into chaos, but there's actually a very logical reason for all of this. See, there's a document called the Constitution that you may have heard about. I know you love to quote it when it suits your needs, but while you're trying to decide who should lead your next torch and pitchfork march, I'm betting on Josh Hawley. You should really try to read it sometimes. For instance, you know that the First Amendment part that you keep talking about when your boy got kicked off of Twitter? Well, it only applies to government interference with free speech and assembly. But if you think it should apply to society as a whole, then you might want to remember that the next time someone kneels at a football game or organizes a peaceful protest against police brutality. Speaking of police, you might want to remind the blue lives you value so much that the Constitution thingy I mentioned earlier has a clause about due process, which includes not shooting black people in the face. And I'm pretty sure
point of order, it doesn't include
that. And I'm pretty sure there's something in there about denying people their right to vote. Well, yeah. Sadly, there's not a clause that says the group with the biggest mob wins. The next item on the list: put America first. I know you hate big government, but here's a crazy idea that you should consider before calling yourself a patriot who loves their country. Stop trying to overthrow it. If you have any warm feelings about democracy, how about conceding that Russia is bad, paying taxes is good, and foreign election interference should at least be frowned upon? And how about making sure every eligible person can vote? Now, this next part is going to sound radical, but hear me out. I think we should also count votes. And before you plan the next cookout at the Capitol, you might want to remember this law. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. This brings me to my next suggestion. Become a very stable genius.
How?
Since the election, you're probably just finding out about this new invention called facts. You were probably aware of the alternative kind, but to assist in the concept of knowing things, we have come up with an entire curriculum that might help you get up to date. Language arts. This mostly involves reading stuff other than Facebook memes and QAnon posts on Reddit. Although you might know all the best words, perhaps you should focus on vocabulary and grammar. For instance, did you know that bigly is not even a word?
It's not, though.
Math. Again, numbers play a very important part in the real world. Instead of determining the president by who you feel should win, we should actually count votes.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me, what if I count the people at rallies?
Science. If you were shocked to discover that COVID-19 was not the light-skinned flu, you're going to be flabbergasted when you find out Sharpies don't determine the path of hurricanes, or that Clorox isn't the coughing, aching, stuffy head fever so you can open the economy medicine.
Well, that's un-American.
Geography. Since you like pictures, you should check out this series of top secret drawings called Maps to confirm that Puerto Rico is a part of the United States, but Russia isn't. History. The Confederates were traitors. The founding fathers were white supremacists, and slavery was racist.
Yeah.
We know this because there are people who actually read what these historical figures wrote.
Right.
There is nothing wrong with admiring these historical figures, but you don't have to whitewash the past to do it.
Wrong.
I still love Give It To Me, Baby, even though Rick James smoked crack cocaine.
Yeah,
I know this because he said it.
Yeah, but he that means he fucked himself up. He ain't fuck up my family.
However, I do understand why this concept might be so hard to grasp. Whiteness is a hell of a drug. The next point, be best. While living in a country careening towards the inevitability of surviving solely off your talent, intellect, and ability can understandably cause a lot of economic anxiety, America didn't erase your privilege. We just repurposed it by replacing one old mediocre white man with another old mediocre white man.
Right.
White mediocrity is like bell-bottom pants, Betty White, and booty dancing. It'll never quite go out of style. If you wield your privilege correctly, you too can claim you should be president after losing the popular vote twice. There's still a chance that you could be considered a business magnate after claiming bankruptcy 4 times. If you're a white woman, someone might hand you a Senate seat or make you a White House advisor, especially if you have the right daddy or husband.
Ooh.
Think of all the things your people have accomplished throughout the history of this great land. You built the mightiest economy in the world with only the help of a few unpaid victims of an international human trafficking ring. You defeated the Nazis with the help of Black soldiers whose benefits you stole. You built the middle class with money that was, again, stolen from Black people. And you created a beacon of freedom and democracy. Slavery, segregation, voter disenfranchisement, unequal education, and the criminal justice system notwithstanding. Or you could take the route of Barack Obama or Kamala Harris by graduating from college, going to law school, getting elected to office, and then gaining the position you want. But you're white. We're not even asking you be best. Just do better.
You know, the thing that really that's one of the downsides to all of the shenanigans that we've been seeing is that I can only imagine how the white folks that I know personally, how embarrassing it must be.
Oh, I've heard them. I've seen them talk about it.
It must be extremely embarrassing to see that sort of shit.
Bro, my supervisor, who's not my supervisor, she be on there all the time.
I bet.
Like, oh my God, you're Dave.
I bet. I bet. Yo, the shit is absurd and pathetic. Listen, if you have fucking Alex Jones on his show talking shit about your movement and saying that it's nutty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You are in dangerous territory right there. You know,
Absolutely.
like Alex Jones should not by any means have the right to call anybody else's views nutty and crazy. Yet he was clearly on his show talking to QAnon. Like you got, and then the thing that's also bothersome is they keep putting dates on shit supposed to happen, then it doesn't happen, and they don't pay a rhetorical price for it.
No price whatsoever. Hold on real quick. Cindy, I sent you the article. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, they don't pay a rhetorical price for it in the sense of being directly held accountable. Because all of us has had somebody on our list on some social media platform that we saw spewing some bull. And then after the shit don't happen, they move on to the next bull and they don't get confronted about that last shit. And one of the things that I began doing as far back as 2012, when motherfuckers was running around here talking about, oh yeah, a giant media or some shit supposed to happen in 2012 or whatever, and it didn't. I made sure I confronted all of the people on social media that I knew personally that I saw spewing that shit. Well, looks like it didn't happen, y'all. Now you got two things you can do. You can double down on the dumb shit like a lot of these other motherfuckers is doing and move the goalpost.
Yeah.
Or you could acknowledge that you were wrong and then start to question why you thought that was true enough.
I just asked them what's next. Like when when one of these crazy things that's supposed to happen and comes and goes and nothing happened, I question. Well, I don't have any of them left on my Facebook, especially now because I started a new Facebook. But whenever I did come across that, I would just always ask them what's next.
Right. What's next on the agenda? Because that didn't happen.
Right.
Something Ogma said in the comment, man, these people are beyond help. They were stupid and brainwashed before Trump got to them. There's no hope for them now. That's actually a fact because if you look back to the Tea Party situation, like a lot of these tropes that these motherfuckers using were developed around that time, and some of them even before that time. Yeah. So it's like these things were happening.
Yeah.
Because when I was writing about this shit in songs, this is before Trump was running for office. This shit was happening. And this was the eventual outcome of it. Is it
that's funny, Feb. Fuck 2012, 1999, end of the year.
I'm glad he brought that up. Yo, that's a fact. That is a fact. The Y2K thing.
But I will give people a little bit of a credit. A little bit of cushion for that one because it was based in it wasn't a fact, but it was based in something logical. It was based in the idea that the machines would not be able to differentiate going from 99 to 0. And that would cause problems everywhere. It was based on that, but then motherfuckers extrapolated it, and it just blew up and turned into this whole.
This is why I kick them in the nuts for it, right? I kick them in the nuts for it because you think these people developed this shit and didn't have any fail-safe to date,
right? But hold on. To be fair, I'm a tech guy. There are absolutely things.
Oh yeah, I believe that they did not plan for.
Yeah.
But the thing that pissed me off about it is because these things.
But it's highly unlikely for it to have happened worldwide.
Right, and part of it is, that whole Y2K thing is old. Like literally that theory had been floating around for decades. Before that, so it made me think like, so you thinking all that time nobody worked on it. Nobody
just look into it and say like, all right, shit, this might be a problem. Let me see what I can do to try to, yeah.
And you know what else it comes to too, yo? See, the in-world scenarios before the year 2000 frequently use the year 2000.
Oh yeah,
anywhere from.
But I think that's what it is. It's all. it was all in the zeitgeist.
Yeah, yeah.
It all built up. It's like Cyrus made a post the other day talking about these stews that people will cook, and then whatever's left over, you just build on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's constantly kept at a certain temperature so it doesn't go below the danger zone.
Right.
And some of them last for years. And this is that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the right ingredients that are thrown in, and it's like, for instance, specifically with the Y2K thing. So, all right, decades before this, it probably honestly started off as a logistical problem. That is probably what happened. It probably was that we realized we didn't program for this. Right. All right, now people are onto it, and then because the internet wasn't what it is today, you aren't hearing as much about the solutions that go into it. Right. So you have that start, and then you have somebody that might have got wind of it that happens to be a creative, and then they decide to make a narrative about it, and then that does well. So we know what happens in Hollywood. When one thing does well, everybody wants to copy, and everybody does something similar. And then you have the people that are like, yeah, I'm not really a hack like that, but I do like this concept. So let me borrow this concept, but still be wholly original. So now you have a bunch of a deluge, if you will, of these things that tend to contribute to this one bubbling, nasty, bile-filled narrative.
Right.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
And it's also there's also a deeper thing, I think, psychologically with humans. I don't know why humans are so fascinated with the end of all things. And this is something that's a trope that has been in the human family since we started creating explanations for why there were natural phenomena in the first place. And it's weird. And I wrote a song that same year about that same thing, where I was speaking as death.
Right.
And I was telling them, we need to have a little heart-to-heart. Like, y'all follow me too close. Really? You playing me too close. You keep fantasizing about end times, end of this, end of that. Let me make it clear to you. There has been 5 mass extinctions that we can track on this planet. Extinctions are something that happen periodically. It is what it is. And there are many scientists that say that we are in the midst now of a 6th extinction, right? But these things are natural phenomena, because in a universe where things move, things happen. So, in the universe that has asteroids that can come into contact with your planet, the chances are, if your planet's around long enough, it's going to get the shit smacked out of it by something that's big enough to wipe out any life that might be there, right? Then you live on a planet that has bacteria, so there's pandemics. You live on a planet that has a geology that moves, so you're gonna have earthquakes, and you're gonna have volcanoes, which, you know, that was one of the mass extinctions was because of that. So it's like these things happen. I'm just trying to figure out why humans are so fascinated that they need to come up with these wild ass predictions about when all of us ain't gonna be here. Now, look, I ain't gonna hold you. Even me, I fantasize, maybe in a way that I shouldn't, about life after people.
Oh, of course you do.
You know what I'm saying? Life after people. But that's because people are trash. I don't think this is the same thing.
No, it's not the same.
I don't think this is the same thing.
It is it's like Deadpool and Thanos. It's a courtship of death. That's literally what's like. It's not simplistic as people want to die. It's not that simplistic, but it is a fascination of the unknown. Like, you're curious, and I have some of that because my curiosity is fucking ridiculous. It bothers me sometimes, but yeah. So that's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And Cindy says because they think that they're so special that our life now is it. Their life won't go on without them. That's a part of it.
Yeah, people don't like the idea of the party going on and they're not there, not there to enjoy the shit. Right?
FOMO, my guy. FOMO is a real thing.
Yeah,
that's real shit. My mother used to tell me I didn't sleep. Like I always went to sleep late because I always wanted to know what was going on. I had a fear of missing out.
There's a word for that. It's called being nosy. You were nosy.
Nigga, it's the same thing. Same exact thing. I make no excuses. Make no apologies. Make no apologies.
That's pretty much what it was.
I concede nothing. I'm not going to the inauguration.
Hold up. You concede nothing?
I'm not going to nothing. Yeah, I'm not going to the inauguration. But somebody who did go to the inauguration.
Who went to the inauguration?
Is Amanda Gorman. The Youth Poet Laureate who gave voice to the promise of the Biden-Harris era.
See, this the shit. Continue. I got a take on this.
On Wednesday morning in Washington, D.C., the world watched as a Black and South Asian woman took a well-earned position of power in the nation's government. Kamala Harris embodies the ideal of a multiracial, gender-equal democracy. But it was another Black woman, Youth Poet Laureate Amanda Gorman, who captured the nation's hearts and imagination. Gorman may have been new to many of those watching the 23-year-old, the youngest inaugural poet in American history. But as one of the Roots 2019 Young Futurists, we were thrilled to see her command the dais during this historic moment and making history of her own. The world now knows Amanda Gorman and her incredible talent. But for those unfamiliar with her before Wednesday, here's a quick fact sheet. Gorman was named the nation's first Youth Poet Laureate in April of 2017. The poet was only 19 when she was granted the title, after first becoming the inaugural Youth Poet Laureate of her native Los Angeles at age 16 in 2014. It was really such an incredible honor, one I could have never imagined, Gorman recalled when speaking about the national recognition with the Root in 2019, also noting it was a lot of pressure, but at the same time, a huge platform I felt I could use to make change. A native of Los Angeles, Gorman was raised by her mother, a middle school teacher. Having a mom who was a teacher had a huge impact on me, she recently told the LA Times. I grew up at this incredibly odd intersection in Los Angeles where it felt like the Black hood met Black elegance, met white gentrification, met Latin culture, met wetlands. Gorman further explained to the New York Times in 2018. What contributed to my writing early on is how my mom encouraged it. She kept the TV off because she wanted my siblings and I to be engaged and active. So we made forts, put on plays, musicals, and I wrote like crazy. Also, she is a twin. 2018, Gorman starred with her twin sister, Gabrielle, a fellow activist, in the video Rise Up as One for the California Endowment, directed and edited by Gabrielle, with a poem written and performed by Amanda. I think the takeaway from this piece is that there is so much power in unity, and by that I mean embracing our differences while appreciating our sameness, Gabrielle explained to Bustle in 2018, echoing many of the same sentiments her twin expressed on Wednesday. I feel it is prudent to understand that to fight for one group of people is essentially to fight for all people, she later added. You can't be against racism but anti-trans, but just like you can't be feminist and anti-Black. They're practically oxymorons. All communities are interwoven and affect one another, either directly or indirectly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, that is intersectionality. Yeah. I think it is important to recognize that it isn't necessary to erase our differences to be united.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is multiculturalism.
Facts. Proving that her inaugural message is her bond. This is why this poem calls out so many different demographics without losing a common ground. Next, like President Joe Biden and one of her idols, Poet Laureate Maya Angelou, Gorman has lived with a speech impediment. Gorman is a proud member of the Speech Difficulty Club, as she told CNN's Anderson Cooper, who revealed a past stammer himself. Following her elegant recitation at the Capitol. In fact, Gorman, who wore jewelry paying tribute to Maya Angelou during her performance, says she couldn't articulate the letter R until just a few years ago. while still an undergraduate student at Harvard. No big deal. Prior to that, she says she was dropping a whole swath of letters in the alphabet. Gorman explained that poetry and spoken word actually helped her become more confident in her public speaking, as she used it as a form of speech pathology. How'd she tackle those R's? By memorizing Aaron Burr from Hamilton, which also got a shout out in Gorman's inaugural poem. Next, she also has an auditory processing disorder. Further speaking to Gorman's brilliance is how she's used a hypersensitivity to sound to fuel her creative process, composing her poems the way a painter might approach a canvas. Explaining her creative process to the New York Times, she said, both the external and internal emotions trigger me. If I'm writing about something internal, say past experiences, I'm writing about it in relation to an external reality, like the ocean. When that connection happens in my mind, I grab a pen and find the closest excuse for sunlight. I usually begin with a word cloud, where I write down the best words I've heard that week, like plum, stone, spoon. I don't know why, but I love words like that. I then take those words and begin to write. I think about the content of what I'm writing first, just getting the lines out and choosing the most necessary ones. Only then do I think about a shape that comes out of that meaning. Where do I want this line to break? Do I want the stanzas to be shaped like a girl or a house? I just see it rather than hear it, if that makes sense. Gorman was personally selected to write and deliver the inaugural poem by our new First Lady. If you loved Gorman's vision for America under the Biden-Harris administration, you can thank First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, who was a fan of her work and convinced the inaugural committee that Gorman would be a perfect fit. Gorman received the commission in December, according to the LA Times. It wasn't Gorman's first inaugural poem, however. She also wrote and recited the poem Making Mountains as We Run for the inauguration of incoming Harvard University President Larry Bacow in 2018. While she was a junior at the school. Gorman hasn't ruled out her own presidential run one day. Wasn't Amanda Gorman's poem just stunning? She promised to run for president in 2036, and I, for one, can't wait, Hillary Clinton tweeted following Gorman's triumphant appearance. Speaking with Cooper, Gorman laughed but didn't refute the suggestion, instead musing, Madam President Gorman. I like the sound of that. Accordingly, we can muse about the prospect of another creative, thoughtful, empathetic, and absolutely brilliant Black president as well, since Gorman told the Harvard Gazette, it's not enough for me to write. I have to do right as well.
So my take on a lot of this is absolutely it has nothing to do with Amanda Gorman personally.
Right.
I just want motherfuckers to get to work. All of these, I get why they do. I know why they're doing it. The whole celebratory thing, the whole pomp and circumstance. We're gonna have people sing. We're gonna have people do poetry. We're gonna have people come out there and have say these things. I know why they're doing it. I just feel like almost 500,000 people are dead, and I need motherfuckers to get to work. Can we have less of those in the middle of a crisis?
Nigga.
I just want people to get to work.
No,
I did.
Because you are looking at it from a completely myopic point of view.
Yes, and I'm trying to look at it from the point of view where less people go hungry.
Nigga, no, stop. Stop.
That's why I didn't watch most of this.
You are wrong on this one. I mean, you are dead wrong. You are wrong for the right reasons. You are wrong for the right reason. I absolutely agree with the spirit of your sentiment. 1,000%.
How much money did you spend?
I don't know. But listen, these are the reasons that you were wrong. Right? One, we literally in this very episode praise Biden for getting right to work.
Yeah.
That's one.
Could have been done earlier, though.
No, it couldn't have. He literally just got sworn in. Number two.
Couple hours.
Number two. Just because you are old and ornery and crotchety does not mean that efforts of ceremony do not help other people in their daily lives. This pandemic, for those, especially for those who have taken it seriously, has caused a lot of strain to their mental health. And seeing something like this is potentially helpful to those people.
How?
I know. What do you mean? Mental health.
Again, I need to know how.
What do you mean how?
I need the mechanism. Like, okay, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I need to hear the
I can't remember the name. I can't remember the name of it, but you know the name. You know the name.
Right.
The endorphins.
Okay.
I can't remember which chemical it is. I can't remember.
No, I think you're right. I think it is endorphins.
Yeah.
It's another one. It's a specific one at that, but I can't. I'm drawing.
I can't remember which one. Yeah, in my head, I had it. But I can't think.
I know. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm just not triggered that way.
I know. That's why I said you're. That's why I made the joke about being old. But you're different in that way. But like I said, the people that have been taking this thing seriously, like I know people.
There you go. Serotonin. That is.
So the people, like I personally know people who were not fortunate enough to be able to continue working during this time, and simultaneously somehow they exist on the Venn diagram of not having a job and living with people that literally won't let them leave the house,
right?
Because of their fear of the virus,
right?
So for people like that, any little mental boost that they get could mean exactly the thing that you're talking about. Ideally, a lot less loss of life, because in a scenario like that, you just never know when somebody might be close.
So what you're basically saying is the connection that they forged with these political institutions and titles, they connected it with, they about to get something. They're in a position to get something done.
No, not necessarily. Okay. That too, potentially, but not necessarily. What I'm talking about is, oh my God, the first Black president. I'm talking about that stuff. I'm talking about, now I can tell my child that they can be blah 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 blah. These things that certain of us discount, that actually have some type of influence on people's lives.
Well, that part, I suppose I understand. I also think that Barack was a unicorn.
Whoa, 1000%. No, hold on. But in this case, it's not just the first Black president. It's the first Black woman vice president. It's the first youth Black poet laureate, blah, blah, blah. It's these, all of these things. So it's like, all right, it went from first Black president, I gotta be, you know how hard it is to become the president, to now, I can use my creativity to get to a place where I'm known on the national stage and blah, blah. So it's all these different things. So I largely, personally, kind of lean towards you. I don't need the ceremony. I don't, personally. But I also understand that ceremony exists for a reason outside of the cynical reasons.
Granted. So what I'm asking is, we've heard that there are people that need it.
Yeah.
We have seen for reasons why they need it. My only question would be, one, this is actually numerous.
Right.
Are we tired of first this? Like,
the answer is no.
The answer is no. Personally, I'm not, but I mean, I guess we aren't.
No, I think I have the answer too, because it's not a linear thing. So, like, for instance, it's not necessarily the first this. It's that it is a perceived win. Anything that's a perceived win is going to be helpful.
Right.
The perceived win raises you up here, but then it's like, I woke up this morning and I realized I don't have enough money for such and such, such and such. Then you go back down.
Yeah.
So then you see the next perceived win. So
and I think that's my disconnect because I'm always there.
Yeah.
Like, all right, this happened.
This was cool, but
I'm still broke.
Right. No, I get you. I get you.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
but some people, I don't know, yo. It's like some people are just all right. So anything that we look at from people's behavior or choices or things that inform a personality that we look at as negative, I tend to believe that there is a very similar situation that may be positive or at least not negative, right? So you have people that are so moved by emotion over logic that they'll do negative things. And we talk about them all the time.
Right.
But the opposite also exists. There are also people, just there have to be people that are so moved by emotion rather than logic that they tend towards doing good things. So I just,
they tend to do good things that benefit others, but put themselves in a fucked up situation.
Yes,
which can also be considered a bad thing.
Exactly. So like I'm with the yin and the yang spectrum. Because again, I put everything is on the spectrum. I don't care what 99% of things are on a spectrum, and it's not just binary. No.
Right.
So I kind of tend to put that on a type of yin-yang type spectrum where there are probably 3 categories. The category where this condition leads to good, this condition leads to bad, and then this condition leads to somewhere in the middle.
Right. I am just slightly more data-driven and result-oriented.
Yeah.
So I'm sure on the spectrum, there are people that this event actually did great things for them and their mental health and kept them from doing something crazy that could have ended life. But I know for a fact there are almost 500,000 people dead. That is what I know. No, it's not because of the event.
Right.
I'm not even putting those two together. What I'm putting together is because of that, I'm just not here for.
Yeah, I get it.
Superfluous stuff that I consider to be superfluous stuff. Like I'm not for it.
None of it is tangible.
Right, which is why I didn't watch any of it.
No, I get it. I absolutely get it. But you're old.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
But no, like
and because of that, I've seen this shit over and over and over. I don't have it. It's not in me. Maybe it was at some point. So long ago, I wouldn't remember. I don't remember. It's not in me. I'm like, yo, I just want.
That's just like
I want the problem solved.
It's just like anything else though. Like some things. Like for instance, what were we just talking about? R&B music. You acknowledge the merit of R&B music, though you also acknowledge it's not for you.
No, yeah, as a rule, it's not something I go searching for or go looking for. It's just not.
But you acknowledge the merit of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the same thing. Like it's a very similar scenario where it's like, all right, they're outside. Like if you want to. All right, I think I have a way to say this.
Okay.
The ceremony in question, because all ceremony is not created equal.
No.
The ceremony in question is no more harmful than any other thing that could have possibly happened in its stead. And it has a potential net benefit that is not necessarily tangible, so we would not be able to get the data for it. And because some people just wouldn't even necessarily admit it. Like if seeing her up there saved somebody's life, there are people who would admit that.
Right.
But there are some people who will be too embarrassed to,
Right.
even.
So can we agree that even in the midst of all of that, there are negative outcomes? For instance,
Who knows how much money was spent? Because that's a good point.
I wasn't even going there with the. There was a lot of National Guardsmen that came out of there positive for COVID because
I heard about this. But I heard that it wasn't about the inauguration. Well, not about the inauguration. Of course, it was about the inauguration. But I heard that it was the Capitol Police actually caused that issue.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that where they were, the Capitol Police moved them from that location, and they ended up like hundreds of them in this like little rinky-dink parking lot. Where they couldn't socially distance. They didn't have masks. They didn't have, it was like apparently before they were equipped with everything they were supposed to have. So they didn't have masks. They couldn't social distance. They didn't have electricity. It was a shit show, like a complete shit show. I don't know why it happened, but I read that it had something to do with the Capitol Police.
Right.
So but again, shit show.
This shit is complete. It's almost completely alien to a guy who doesn't even understand or doesn't get birthday parties.
Right.
All of that. I don't.
But
I'm raised with it.
Two very true things simultaneously.
Right.
You're in the vast minority.
Of course.
Okay,
I know that it's a thing,
right?
I know
also, sometimes being in the vast minority is a good thing.
Well, yeah.
So, I am honestly,
but it helps though. But it helps in the case that, where other people who were used to getting those and then stopped, or people wasn't recognized, and now they're feeling like I don't feel that way.
Right.
I don't feel it.
Because it's something that you had and now it's taken away from you versus something that you never really had, so you can't miss.
Yeah, I don't.
I get it. Realistically, your automaton-like response to this does not surprise me in the least. And like I said, I kind of lean towards your side. But I still understand. Well, not understand. Again, like you said, I still get.
It's a thing.
I get the benefits of, like, I think that the thing that happened with the guard, given that it involved the Capitol Police, may have been a fluke.
But it's also connected to the shit that happened January 6th, because no one's going to convince me that having that amount of people there yelling and screaming and foaming at the fucking mouth did not raise COVID levels in the air.
Nasty. Here's the thing. Here's another thing that I've heard people say, and this is another thing. See what I said? There are studies to prove there's just not data to necessarily prove individual.
Yeah, results. Right, results.
What I'm about to say, I don't know if there are actually studies to prove. I don't know how true this is, but I know it's said.
Right.
This also, the thing that happened on January 6th may also be another reason why this ceremony was necessary, because it store people's faith.
I think that's a good point. I think that's a good point. I think that's a very good point. I actually think that point makes more sense to me than the previous. It does. But even with that, because of what I am and who I am, I don't have faith in it. So again, that's it's still a game to me. Like it's still marketing. It's still branding. We gotta look because think about it. Think about what was lost.
You hold up for a second. Excuse me. I don't know what I'm gonna do with him. I have no idea. Send help. Maybe.
But listen. Think this is the marketing I wanted to see. This is the marketing that would have affected me. So the one brand point that I've always thought from the time I was old enough to understand anything about this, if you run up on any of them government bills with intentions on doing some, expect your shit's going to get pushed back, right? And the fact that it didn't happen as many times as it should have, right? Fuck that branding up. That branding's fucked up. So what would have had an effect for me? This is what would have restored at least something in me about people being in control, is for us to be just say more I want as much transparency as possible about motherfuckers being made to pay for the shit they pulled, because that restores the branding in my head that people are under control of this shit. They got control of this shit now. This shit is, but I need to see just more transparent. Keep the stories coming of motherfuckers going to jail, of motherfuckers getting charged. But that is what.
But hold up, that's my. But it's another thing where I feel like it's a yin yang type situation. That side of it is for people like you.
Yes, that if you want my dopamine and serotonin to jump up,
right,
I need to see that.
That side of it is for people like you. But these country first people that are actually not the people that say the shit.
They are the patriots, right.
Actual country first people. Right. This is that type of thing that's like, no, this is how you restore their faith, by showing them that the show goes on. You did not win.
Right.
And you did not win.
Right. But again, a lot of I think my response to a lot of this also comes from my general opinion on politicians in general. I don't see these motherfuckers, and I realized it took me a while to realize that I am in the vast minority of people, regardless of what people may say with their mouths. You hear people say all the time, man, I don't look at those politicians as anything special or people to be celebrating that. You hear a lot of people say that, but it's not necessarily true because they say it. I am I feel like one of the rare cases where I just don't. I don't.
You don't fuck with
and I don't understand why other people do, because it's a game. It's a game. It's the marketing aspect of it.
Stop. That should have answered your question. It's a game. It's something that they can take stock in. It's something that they can put faith in. It's something it's real. You know it's real. You can see it play out. You can see how it's going to go. There are like any other game. Football, you know it's real. You see the results. You see what happens. You can go ahead and enjoy that. It's the same. It's that type of thing. The same way these people be out here rioting that we don't talk about when their college football team loses. It's the same thing. Those are the same groups of people, the more radicalized of them, that showed up at the Capitol building on the 6th.
Right.
It's the same thing, yo. It's the same exact thing. And it is ridiculous, sure. But yo,
it's the marketing aspect of it. It's
on a human level, people have to find shit to live for.
No, and that I get. But I just, like I said, for me, the marketing aspect of politicians and their institutions, I don't like. Yo, it leaves I don't like it really bad taste in my mouth. So anytime I see a situation where it could be remotely construed that they're being celebrated or put on a level beyond what they actually are, it makes me go, pew. Pew.
See, I'm in between. I'm in between. Like you can be celebrated, but you have to have a crazy record. Like you gotta be like on some, like you had to fuck up early.
Right.
You had to
Right.
fuck up early,
Right.
and then have realized like
It had a
whatever,
turnaround like nobody's ever.
whatever your realization was, whether it was, yo, that was fucked up, or this ain't gonna get me far.
Right.
I don't care. I don't care what your motivation was.
Right.
What your results are is what matters to me.
Right.
It's the hero worship that needs to stop. You're absolutely correct, but it never will.
But this is I see all of it as that.
That's exactly what it is.
I see all of it. So when I
say
the
same thing like, with the sports, with the entertainment, it's the same thing.
Here's the thing: I don't believe all hero worship is wrong. I think when it comes to people that are in authority over you and already have benefits over you, when and they literally have control over the things that happen in your life that can affect you negatively or positively, we need to chill with that, because I firmly believe it's how we got Trump.
Yo, Chris Rock makes a joke about that too. He was talking about when he took his daughter to, I think it was high school or middle school, I can't remember. It was a private school, and one of their tags that they used to get people to put their children in their school was, we have a zero tolerance policy on bullying. And he was like, he took her out immediately. I'm pretty sure that's just a part of the joke. But what he was saying was he took her out immediately because bullies do half of the job of raising you. He said that's how we ended up with Trump. We got rid of bullies. A real bully showed up, and nobody knew what to do about it.
I think, now don't get me wrong, I definitely see the connection he's making there, but I also think it's kind of a reach, because everybody in this society did not grow up without bullies. Like, I grew up with bullies and learned how to deal with them, and I'm still here.
I'm fairly certain it's talking about the macro level, not a micro level.
Well, okay, maybe, but I'm saying, listen, I get that, but I'll tell you what else I get. Because of the type of asshole that I am,
yo, that makes sense.
It's not safe to bully my kids. Well, because I'm not going to see the connection. That's the kid. And then I'm an adult. So in some ways, it's good that these schools have clamped down on that sort of shit, because, classic example, the elementary school I went to, there was a case of bullying happening up there. The mother of the kid that was bullied comes up to the school, and she didn't like how it was resolved at the time. Or what they were going to do about it next.
She started throwing furniture.
No, one thing led to another. She stabbed the teacher in the hand.
Same thing. Essentially, like if a rusty leg of a chair would have hit the teacher, the same thing.
I'm saying is, like,
but hold on. I think that still falls into the warehouse of his point, because the people, the totality of the people learning aren't just the people being bullied.
Right.
Bullying itself creates an environment where everybody involved can learn.
They do.
You ain't gotta be the one being bullied.
But there are cases where they absolutely traumatize.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Without question.
The level of bullying that we're talking about.
Oh, it can
it can get bad.
He said that he was like, somebody responded with like, there's cyberbullying. He was like, that's not the same thing. He's like, cyberbullying, nobody's hit you with a bowl of piss. And I'm like, well,
hold on. Motherfuckers don't know. And this is why I always say humans seem to have a hard time. Like, humans talk about humanity, but they have a hard time really, once you change the parameters of it, still seeing it. So with the online experience, I did not grow up with that.
Right.
So yeah, any bullying that I would have experienced or other people that I know would experience would have been worse. But I gotta say, just because the venue changed doesn't mean the effect changes. So if, for instance, you're a kid and you're getting bullied online. And every time everybody else gets to go online, or people that you don't get to go online, have a good time, they watch this shit, they want to watch all that. Every time you get on there, there are hundreds to thousands of people. Because remember, when you got bullied in school back then, it wasn't hundreds to thousands of people. It wasn't hundreds of thousands of people.
It was the one.
But it was just the one.
Maybe the people egging them on.
Right. Right. But this case, you're being bullied potentially by people globally.
My child said my breath stink. How would he know? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Look,
Ogma says, I'm gonna read two of his quotes. He says, "You clearly said you would shoot a baby. Yes, but today I love babies. You can clearly see me holding a baby right now. Isn't he adorable?" Then he goes, Trump was able to pull off a Jedi mind trick by being transparent about how much of a piece of shit he was being. And people are like, at least he's honest. Yes, unlike your typical politician. I'll fight for you. It's all about the brand. It's all about the branding. You know what I'm saying? And I have always been the type of person that thinks that the average person should learn about marketing brand. That should literally be a class in school, because they use so much of it to affect opinion and all of that shit, that I feel like that needs to be learned. And the only reason why it's not is because they like the effect of you not having a defense against it by understanding it. That makes you vulnerable to all of that shit, because you don't understand how it works. So you can't, like, for instance, I know when something's being marketed towards me. There are a lot of people that don't. They don't realize, oh, this is dope. No, it's being marketed to your type. Like, they've done research on your type, what attracts you, and they funneled it into the branding. That shit is being used by not just people that honestly just want to sell you something, but it's also being used by people that are trying to keep and maintain power. And it needs to be understood in order for it to be less effective. Not to say that it still won't be effective, because when I see a Marvel movie trailer coming up and it hit all the right checkpoints, it's still working. It's still working.
Hold up. We're not fronting for the camera. You could have left out it hit all the checkpoints. When you see a Marvel movie, it's working. That's it. That's point blank. You don't gotta. We don't got front for the camera. The same thing applies over here. We ain't got front for the camera.
I'm just saying, even though I know it's being specifically marketed to a person like me,
matters none.
It still works.
Oh,
but I like the fact that I understand it. I wouldn't like the idea that sitting back, knowing what I know now, that I can be manipulated so easily without me even knowing I'm being manipulated. I don't like that idea. I don't like it.
Here's the thing. I like it. Ignorance is bliss, my guy. You don't like it because you're aware of it.
Ignorance is it may be bliss. What the fuck is this? Oh, yeah, ignorance might be bliss. Shut up. Ignorance might be bliss, but it's not always helpful.
No,
it's not, no, it's not. That shit ain't helpful
in this scenario.
And I like to think that because I'm aware that I am being marketed to 24/7, I see through the horse shit that the people that are actually using this to harm me to the benefit of themselves are doing. I can see it. Like, no, nigga, I'm not convinced. No, you're full of shit. No, because I know what you did previously. And that's also about having a curious mind. Everybody's not curious like that enough to go and actually look deeper into something. They literally go off of surface stuff. Like like remember we had a conversation before about charity. There are so many people that go off of the very surface idea of, hey, this company gave money to such and such. And I'm sitting there looking at them like, that's all it takes?
Yep.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Absolutely.
Say less.
Yeah.
Say less all day.
Saying less is actually an effective marketing strategy in certain situations.
Yes. The less you say, the less your words can be taken. Knows what I'm about to say. Taken in context.
I mean,
people complain about being taken out of context, But there's a thing where some people don't want to be taken in context.
Mm-hmm.
They want it vague.
Mm-hmm.
They want it because it sells it more.
There have been scenarios in my life where being 1000% truthful would not be beneficial to me. So you say as little as you can to try not to lie, but
and then you got to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a situation where I put my self needs ahead of being completely transparent?
Mm-hmm.
You got it. Anybody that has never asked that question,
you're a liar.
To themselves, you're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Absolutely, you're doing it right now because you feel like it's in your best interest to be seen as this
paragon of virtue,
Buddha-like person. Like, no, B, no, absolutely not. We're not doing that.
No, we're not doing that.
We're not doing that.
Not on this show. Not now.
Look, on this show, I'm quick to listen. The main mantra on this show for the past 3 years has been that people are trash, including us. Including us. It's just that we strive to be recyclable. For those of you that are listening to this on Spotify and all the other streaming services, currently SPJ has a plastic bag around his head, and on top of that, he's still marketing. It's a Giants bag. So he's literally now marketing on our live stream for a company that refuses to give us sponsorship money.
I mean,
how dare you?
Life is marketing, my guy.
Ogma continues, some people are so susceptible to suggestion that even if they know the person is attempting to manipulate them, they can still fall victim to the market.
Hold on. I want to fight, not even really a fight against that. Mm-hmm. I want to like stalemate that. No, not some people. The vast majority.
It just depends on who's marketing. Yeah, it depends on who's marketing.
It depends on the scenario. Virtually every single one of us. The power of suggestion is ridiculous. I used to do this thing when I was little, where once I first found out about the power of suggestion, I used to exert that shit on everybody purposely just to see if it worked. So like, I would like if I'm having a conversation with somebody, I'd be talking to them and I'd do something like this, just because I know that they would turn around.
Oh yeah, we used to take advantage of that in elementary because me and my friend Alonzo, who years later attempted to try to kill me, but I mean,
probably deserved it.
To know me is to try to kill me.
I mean, who among us hasn't tried to? It's a whole thing.
But at the time when we were still like, buddy, this is my man, 40 grand, right?
Right.
We used to pretend to fight in the schoolyard just to get people to come over and crowds like, fight. And then we would just get up, laugh, and walk away and shit. We would do that shit. It only happened a few times though, because people caught on. But the other thing we used to do, you standing there, you start looking up. People will come by, and what the fuck is he looking at? And they'll start looking up. You're looking at nothing. You're looking at nothing. So the power of suggestion is real. Like, Ogma says,
for example, I know that Kraft Easy Mac is spamming my psyche with subliminal advertising techniques in an attempt to get me to unconsciously pick the box off the shelf. Even though I know that and attempt to fight against it, I know my fat ass is still when I'm hungry and thinking about something else. That is it. That is an example.
That is a perfect example.
I'll give you another example. I have people on my friends list, or my old friends list, where they would spew this weird, dumb shit about being billionaires. Like the idea that anybody can just become a billionaire by working hard. That is one of those scenarios where you're so susceptible to a suggestion that this manipulation is completely foreign to you. You can't see that these motherfuckers are clearly lying to you. There aren't that many. So it's 7.5 billion people on the planet.
Are you now saying
like 1,500 billionaires?
So you're saying to me that billions of people are just too lazy?
Yeah.
Billions of people
they just don't want to do it. Not that they're too lazy. They just don't want it enough. Billions of people.
Billions.
So people suffering through famine, people suffering through health crises.
They don't
want it enough to become a billion.
People that live in systems that just won't allow that shit to be.
Right.
It's
like I directly challenged one of them because she my homegirl, so there's no issue with us getting into it from time to time.
Right.
So I'm like, yo, you cannot just go become a billionaire. She like, why not? First of all, you clearly don't know how much $1 billion is.
This is the other issue out there. Motherfuckers have no sense of scale. They have no sense of scale.
No. People don't understand numbers. That brings me back to the whole coronavirus is like the flu. Listen to me clearly. Why would you want to die from the flu? Here's the I don't your art. If I'm taking your argument at face value, what you're saying to me is you want to increase your chances of dying from the flu. Because you're saying you're not doing these extra precautions because the coronavirus is just like the flu. But we have specific examples of these motherfuckers dying left and right.
Yeah.
So again, what you're telling me is you want to increase your chances of dying from the flu.
That's what it sounds like to me, bro.
I just don't.
And maybe maybe they don't see the connection to what they're saying.
No, they clearly don't.
But like you said, people don't understand numbers. People don't understand numbers. I saw one dumb motherfucker say, y'all, you guys are worried about the COVID deaths, but 69,000 people died of the flu last year.
No.
300,000 died in under a year here.
Right.
But you still not understanding.
It still hasn't been a year yet.
That's in this, that's in this country.
Right.
This country. That's in this country.
Nah, bro. I'm gonna have to hold on before.
Wait a minute. Give me a second.
God damn it. But yeah, the people don't understand numbers. Like people were talking about the vaccine, 95%. First of all, the vaccines that we had at the time, because I'm not sure where there are a third and fourth one that are going through testing or have completed. I haven't seen if they finished testing yet, but I know one of them, Johnson & Johnson one is a 1-dose vaccine, but the two that we have already approved are 2-dose vaccines that after the second dose are about 95% effective. People were blowing up these articles about people catching COVID-19 after one shot. So I don't know what the efficacy of one shot is. I don't know what that is. But even if they had taken both shots, a person catching it after having both shots is improbable. That does not mean impossible. The way that numbers work mean that if 100 people, now this isn't a 1-to-1. This is just this is not a 1-to-1. This is just a reference point to explain how these things work. 95% means that out of 100, 95 of them will get this desired result and 5 will get the other. When you extrapolate that, let's just extrapolate it to 1 million from 100. So that means what? 950,000. That means 150,000 people would still get sick.
Yeah.
So no, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's 950,000. It means 150,000 people would still get sick. I mean, no, I'm tripping. 500,000 would still get sick. Like that's crazy. But anyway, hold on, real quick. Yeah, I firmly believe anybody living in the first world country can become a millionaire with their own sweat. That is highly inaccurate. That is not how that works. I'm sorry that you believe that. Because those are, first of all, There are so many issues with that take. No, anybody cannot just become a millionaire. That's not. I only said billionaire because that's exactly what the girl said. She used the word billion, which is preposterous. Like, people don't just become. First of all, people just don't become billionaires. That's not something that just happens. Like I said, 7.5 billion, 1,500. That's no. But still, even a millionaire, you don't just become a millionaire from your own sweat and tears and blood. That's just not how. That's not how economics work.
Nor do I believe that most people. I don't believe if most people could do that, they would do that.
Yeah, that's not how social structure works. That's not how any of this shit works, especially not in this country.
It kind of what it does is it erases as a factor societal, long-standing societal barriers for different groups. Like,
I would like to know, because there are certain things that just can't be proven, right?
Right.
There are certain things that if you are being intellectually honest, you can come to an agreement on.
Yeah.
What I would like to know is the amount of rags to riches millionaires that exist in this sample size of 300 million.
Yeah, facts.
That's what I would like to know, and I don't know if there's any way to actually find that out. But like, that's just not generally how that happens. I think it's kind of like the Y2K thing, where people were seeing it everywhere, so they start to believe that it's more prevalent than it actually is.
So
hold on. I'm sorry.
The calculation that I just did here, the percentage of people in this country and the percentage of millionaires, it's like 5% of the people here are millionaires. Now, this system has been this system for how long?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. The system.
Okay. Hold on. You absolutely can become a millionaire with your own sweat. I never said that you can't. You're not. That's not the. We're having two different arguments if that's the hill that you want to die on. What I said is, just anybody can't just become.
Yeah, I don't believe it's just anybody either.
No, the saying that it's possible to become a millionaire. Of course, it's possible. 1,000% it's possible. We live in a society that allows for things like that to happen. Yes, but just anybody can just go become a millionaire. No, that's not how that works. 70% of millionaires statistically never inherited a dime. That is not what I'm talking about. All right, so let me give you an example.
70% of that number of 5%.
Right. Again,
of the populace.
The average Joe. No, but that's the point that I'm making.
Who's the average
Joe?
Who's the average Joe?
Who is the average Joe?
Who is the average that had the same upbringing?
Well,
same lack of resources.
That's what I was about to say.
Who's the average?
Is average the person that didn't have an inheritance, but they were born into a family who owned a house already? Is that average? Or is the average Joe somebody who didn't have an inheritance but was born in the projects with somebody that was living on public housing? Which one is average? Because both of them don't belong to the same group.
Yeah, like I said, it ignores a whole bunch of people and scenarios.
Yeah. If I have a house that I am maintaining and I own it, whether I'm still making payments or not, right. But if I own this house, if I have the lease to this house, the deed to this house, my children then automatically start with less issues than another person.
It's one of the reasons why one of the biggest crimes committed against the Black community was their lack of access to home ownership. And because home ownership is a cornerstone of generational wealth. The fact that they kept that from Black people for so long is one of the reasons why you have the wealth outcomes in the differences in the wealth gap between communities. Like I don't. That's why I'm asking.
Hold on.
Who's average?
I'm confused now. I get that there's societal influence that work against people, but starting from nothing. Again, you're not clarifying what nothing is, because again, not having an inheritance isn't the end all be all of your status. Again, if my mother was already established in life and married and owned a house when I was born,
right,
she didn't give me an inheritance, but I started a better position in life.
Yep.
That's still me having quote unquote nothing, but that's not the same as somebody who's on public housing. I'm talking about $0 broke on the street.
Homeless people.
So you're saying, yeah, okay. That now
see that, but wait a minute.
No
homeless
way.
people is not a homeless guy is not the average person.
Right. But even if they
ask for average Joe, who's the average Joe?
Who's the average Joe? But even if
I can guarantee you that you did not grow up the way I grew up.
Right. But even if a homeless person was the average Joe, let's say the average person is homeless. Mm-hmm. They're still not the majority of. I would defy you to say half of millionaires were not people who were homeless and had no resources at all.
Right.
You can get to homeless, right? There's a difference in somebody who becomes homeless as an adult than someone who lives in adjunct poverty for their entire life.
Right.
You've built resources, you've built people that you know, you've built other people who have things. You might have had an unlucky break and became homeless.
Mm-hmm.
That's completely different than somebody who ain't never had none of that stuff.
That's why I don't believe in the average Joe theory, because no one knows who's the average. Who's the average? Because when you say, listen, we start talking about sociology, right?
Yeah.
When you're talking about somebody being an average, there are boxes that need to be first agreed on and checked that are consistent throughout the vast majority of people in this country. And I don't think you can make that argument. Right. I don't think you can make that argument.
So is the argument that we're all lazy? Yeah, but life isn't math. That is true on a statistical level, but we don't operate on math alone.
We don't.
If I share this podcast every day, statistically, matter of fact, let's do this math.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this math. I go to Facebook and I go to the Black Culture Geeks page. And it says that in the last 30 days, the Black Culture Geeks page has reached 348 people in the last 28 days. So we'll just say a month, in the last month. And that this is up 192% from the month before.
Right.
If we just following that math, we would be to 1 million reaches relatively quickly.
We've been doing the show for 3 years.
However, because life isn't all about math, that's not how that works.
Right.
There are things that may hinder. There could be a suppression from Facebook. There could be a suppression from YouTube.
Right.
It could be a scenario where one of the times that we get one of those big boosts in reach, we have a terrible show.
Right.
Life is not
don't come back. Right.
Yeah, we aren't computers. This isn't a simulation that somebody programmed on a computer. It's not just a math thing. So yes, math is great. See, when I say this kind of falls into what I mean when I say people don't understand numbers. Some people take numbers too literally, and some people don't take numbers literally enough.
Right.
When you say, mathematically speaking, if you do this, take $75 a day and put it in the lowest interest bearing account for 7 years, mathematically you will be a millionaire. Did you find that out less than 7 years ago? Because if you found it out more than 7 years ago, you should be a millionaire right now. Did you find it out 3 years ago? So you should have 500,000 sitting somewhere. But for whatever reason, I'm guessing that for as long as you've known this fact, this mathematical statistical fact, you were not able to apply it.
It's a good point.
So math is absolute. Math just
but the human condition is not.
Right.
The condition
so,
is not.
Nah, bro, that's not how that goes. That would be great. Okay, you found it out this year due to lack of knowledge and resources. That's interesting how you mentioned lack of knowledge and resources. So to go along with what I was saying about math not being life.
All and be all, right.
Yeah. The fact that again, that's not the statement that it is possible for any healthy, able-bodied person to become a millionaire is 1,000% correct.
Right.
That is true.
That is true.
But saying that you can just become a millionaire, that's just not how it works.
It ignores real life stuff.
Yeah. There are way too many variables simply because of the mass of number that we are talking about.
Right.
And then the different variables, not even talking about societal variables as far as
although if you bring up societal variables, that's still systematic. That's still systemic.
Yes.
That's still systemic stuff.
Yeah.
So if it's
even if we ignore all the systemic stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
The difference between living in Macon, Georgia, and living in Los Angeles,
New York,
living in New York, these things.
I don't think it can be accurately applied across the board. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that can apply across. It's too many different variables. And like I said, even if you start talking about like societal influence, when you say that under this system, anybody can do it, and I'm bringing up systemic reasons why people don't do it in large numbers, that's all part of the same pot.
Right.
That's part of the same pot.
The issue with your argument, Og, is that you're removing too much of the human element.
Yeah.
You're removing way too much of the human element. Like, for instance, if I was born in New York and I was born to a relatively decent situation, I was born into a family that might not own but are doing well for where we live,
right.
And I was afforded good enough schools, and
right.
I got to know the right people, and blah 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 blah. I still live in New York, so the cost of living is
still high. Right
now, that person in that scenario could technically move to Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were able to keep everything that they had going in place financially, they could absolutely become a millionaire.
Absolutely.
But what are the issues with moving? Well, you have to go to a climate that you're not used to. You have to go to a place that you don't have the people.
Job market. The job market.
Might be an issue. So yes, technically, on the very base level, when you don't add in variables, anybody in this country can become a millionaire, 1,000%. However, we don't live in a utopia. We do not live in a scenario where variables don't exist. Even if you put, let's say you did that, and you get up to 800,000 in that interest bearing account, and the stock market crashes.
Damn.
That's nothing you could have predicted. It's nothing that you had anything to do with. Every other variable went well.
And then that happened.
This happens. So it's like, I get the point that you're trying to do.
Scenario. I'm gonna get another scenario. I'm not gonna mention names because it ain't nobody business who this person is. I grew up with a kid who lived in a household with a mother that was strung out on drugs. Bad. Every day, this kid had to get themselves up and scrounge to find the bare minimum stuff. So some days he would go to school hungry as a motherfucker because his mom ain't go shopping.
Hold up, stop, real quick. Let's not move goalposts. I mean, if the stock market completely crashes, everybody's screwed anyway. That doesn't change the point that we're making.
Yeah, the point is that put
it's something that's outside of your
your perfect construct that's outside of that. So, like I'm saying, that this kid, in every way imaginable, was put in a position where he wouldn't have the knowledge, he wouldn't have the resources, he wouldn't have any of that.
Right.
You know what that kid is now? And this is completely predictable, by the way. This kid is strung out on drugs now. It's adult male now. That's probably by now in his 40s. Is strung out on drugs now. And no one can say that wasn't predictable. You know what people would say? If he climbed out of that situation and became a millionaire, they would celebrate it because it's an anomaly.
Absolutely.
Not because it's something that's
Tyler Perry. This is the example I always go to with these things. That's why Tyler Perry gets the praise that he gets.
Right.
Not because it's just anybody.
Something that anybody can do. Right.
No, because it's so difficult to do.
Right.
We're not talking. I think what you're confusing, not even confusing is the wrong word. I think what you're interchangeably using is possibility and level of difficulty.
That too.
Just because something possible, yes, something is possible. I could go down to the court out there, stand on one end, and make a shot on the other end. I can do that. It's possible.
No. Here's a better one. It's possible I could get into the ring with Gervonta Davis. Get a lucky punch and knock his ass out.
Absolutely, you could.
It's absolutely possible. Because listen, I'm a heavyweight. It's possible.
Yeah.
But is it probable?
Come on now.
Probable.
It's
probable. And what are the reasons why it's not probable? Which is what your point is. Like, those reasons still exist, whether it's possible or not.
Right.
Those reasons still exist.
Those reasons are the reasons.
Right.
Those reasons might as well be your math.
Yeah, facts.
Because they just are.
And that's a good point. When we start talking math, don't you got to include those variables into the equation?
Hold on. I am a stickler for words when in a debate. There's nothing more than possible. That's why I said you're confusing possible, probable, and level of difficulty, because possible doesn't have degrees.
Possible is just possible.
Possible is binary.
Yeah, possible is just possible.
It is possible or it is impossible. There is no in between. Difficult, and even saying the word difficult undersells it.
Yeah, and also he's saying you're saying that it's possible when people making 30K achieve it every day. I just gave you the percentage of people in this country that are millionaires.
Only 15%.
It's 5%. This system has been this system for a long time.
It's not something that happens every day.
So if you do the math on that, if people making 30K do this every day,
I think you're a bit disillusioned by the propaganda of the United States of America. Because people aren't becoming millionaires every day forever.
Nobody has had a better marketing branding scheme than the United States.
Thanks.
Nobody has had a better. But the numbers do not bear out that happens every day when only 5% of the people are millionaires.
Right. And hold up. To be clear, if I'm wrong on this thing I'm about to say, I will accept it because I haven't done the research.
Mm-hmm.
But I just read the way that he wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way that people who are consistently making $30,000 a year are becoming millionaires at this breakneck pace that you claim. There might be people, not even might be, there are people, a lot of people that may be becoming millionaires who are getting increases in the amount of money that they make yearly.
Yeah.
But we're just talking about the United States. We didn't take it to the world level. If we took it to the world level, that percentage wouldn't be 5%.
Because I thought the argument was because this system is so great over here, that anybody can become a millionaire.
Yeah.
I thought that's what the argument was. I didn't know we were talking.
Become a millionaire in the Sudan.
I dare you become a millionaire in Gambia,
right?
Or believe.
This isn't. I don't like this take because at best you're ignoring variables, right? But
most people in the United States don't have the knowledge. No, the numbers say that most people don't have the knowledge and resources to do it, which is why it's only 5%.
Hold up. Again, there are people. Yes, there are people, but I promise you it's a very small percentage of that 5%.
I think that's the disconnect. I think the disconnect is you're basically saying that it's this huge deluge of people becoming millionaires. And I'm looking at the numbers. I just researched how many people are actually millionaires in this country and then did the percentage of that of this country's population. It's only like 5%.
Wait. I'm about to do you one better. You search for how many people are millionaires.
Yes.
You can search for how many new millionaires there are.
No.
There's a distinct difference.
You're right.
Because the argument being made is you can just become a millionaire.
Because of this 5%.
If I've been a millionaire for 25 years, I don't fit into this anymore.
Right. They count.
So this percentage is even lower.
Yeah, the percentage is even lower. Exactly. Yeah,
bro. The numbers aren't on your side on this one, bro. They just don't. They aren't. The evidence doesn't exist to back up your claim.
I get that there are definitely institutions that are invested in teaching that, like PragerU and all them. They're invested in putting that narrative out. But I always tell people consider the source.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of bullshit that these institutions do. And it's one of the reasons that they put this shit out is because they don't want to change the system. They don't want to change the system. They want the system to stay the same way because it benefits them for it to be that way. So you got to take their narratives and the way they.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. How do you suggest I make $75 a day extra? I want that answer. I need that answer because let me see something. Your arguments are incongruous. Here's why. $75 a day is $27,000. You cannot live on $2,625 a year. You said that a person making $30,000 a year can become a millionaire.
Oh, I see.
Well, $75 a day is $27,375. You cannot live. No human can live
below the poverty level
off of, but you would only have $2,000.
That's way below the poverty
$125 left a year.
The poverty level in the United States is $15,000. So
if we rose that to this, what did you just say? 40K, 50K. Let's raise it to 50K. So then you would be making $22,000. You would be living off of $22,000 a year. That is not how that works. That your math, I just picked that up. Your math is now incorrect. Your math is off now. because that is not possible. You can't. Now,
you can't make 30,000 a year and then
put away $75 a day.
$75 a day. You can't live on. You got to pay rent. You got to eat. There's medical expenses, clothes, electricity.
Your math is off. When you say you can't say put away $75 a day while making $40,000.
No. I'm going back to your comment. You said if you can make an extra $75 a day for 7 years, you will be a millionaire in that time. Then you said the 30,000 people that's making $30,000 a year do this all the time.
Yeah, you said those two things. So you can clarify. You're free to clarify because those two things, I'm reading them. You typed it. It's not a situation where I'm assuming. No,
okay, hold up. So to be clear, now you're saying extra $75 extra.
Then you're not making $30,000 a year. If you're living off of 30K, let me see. If you're living off of 30K and you bring in 75 extra
dollars a day, right?
And you're now living you're now bringing in $57,000 a year, which is higher than any number you've mentioned,
right?
Mind you. So 30K over the course of their life. What does that mean? 30K over the course of their life. I don't understand.
Are you saying you save 30K over the course of your life? Is that what you're saying?
That would get you in 7 years, the extra 75 a day. Listen, but what I'm saying is, if we're going with the first number you said 30K, if you make 30K a year and you find 75, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying if you make 30K a year and you find an extra 75 a day to put away.
Right.
Again, number one, that puts you at 57,000 a year, which is higher than any number you've mentioned to be making. But again, yes, but that implies that there are no accidents. You don't get no car accidents. You don't have no health problems. Nothing about the house market crashes. Again, the stock market doesn't.
The car doesn't break down.
Car doesn't break down. None of your close family members get real sick. Your spouse doesn't get laid off. Mm-hmm. There are a bunch of that's the point.
Which is what we were talking about. That's what we're talking about.
One, the math alone doesn't work because again, you would be making over 57,000 a year, which is the number that you have not mentioned making to become a millionaire. Right. And then on top of that, you would have to hope that over these 7 years, that
nothing happens that causes you to have to dip into your funds and shit.
7 is an unlucky number. Or lucky number, depending on where you are. You're expecting no financial emergencies to happen in 7
years. So now it's this one. He says, if you just invest a percentage of 30K income over the course of your life, you can be a millionaire at retirement. So I'm trying to figure it out.
Because the two questions I have then is, what's the percentage? And now you're expecting nothing to happen over the lifetime of a person versus just 7 years. Now you're getting even more ridiculous. This isn't life.
So you're saying not only do they have to find the 75 extra, but they also need to have an emergency fund.
So that means that they had to make even more money
ahead
of this plan to become a millionaire. You see how the money keeps adding up? Because you can't have an emergency fund without extra money. That's just there's no way. So their money keeps adding up. That's why at the beginning of this conversation, I thought I understood what you meant, and I thought it was just a misunderstanding of a couple of terms. Now I believe that you haven't fully thought this out. I feel like you know what you want to say, but you haven't put
a way to express it succinctly.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Because now that you're adding other things, the premise makes more sense, But with the premise making more sense, more money still has to be added.
Right.
So, yeah, because your initial points, 30K, millionaire in 7 years, is impossible. That's not possible.
That doesn't
Even
work.
if the variables don't happen. 30K, making 30K a year, millionaire in 7 years, it's not possible. That is not how that works. So then you add the 75 extra. Okay, but that means you're not making 30K anymore. Right. That means you're making 57K. And that's more plausible. But again, more money is involved. Now we add in the variables of what can happen in the 7 years. And now you add the emergency fund. Well, the emergency fund means there has to be more money. So now again,
more than 75 a day, right?
No, we're not agreeing to disagree. What does that actually mean?
What?
Agree to disagree. I need to look at it.
We agree that we don't agree.
Yeah, but
we don't agree. That's all.
I hate that term. Agree to disagree or agreeing to disagree is a phrase in English referring to the resolution of a conflict whereby all parties tolerate but do not accept. No, I don't tolerate your position. So this ain't that. This ain't agree to disagree. Your statement as you laid out is incorrect. Let me say it generally occurs when all sides recognize that further conflict would be unnecessary, ineffective, or otherwise undesirable. Now that part is true. Right. You may also remain on amicable terms. Of course, this is just a
conversation. That's right there. That's all right.
You may also remain on amicable terms while continuing to disagree. Okay, so 2/3 of the meaning of agree to disagree, I'm with.
Yeah. I also, to be completely honest with you, I actually think that there are times when that can be dangerous to progress of
1,000%
systemic issues, because what happens is people will try to use that as a catch-all to not fix anything. Well, I should fix that.
A lot of people do that. I had the issue. I had that issue in one of my relationships, actually.
Word.
Yeah, I had that relationship with one of my ex in a relationship with one of my exes, where every time there was a disagreement, instead of coming to a conclusion, she would shut down whenever. Because I had this thing where I was like, I would say something, and if you complain about what I said, I'll ask you, am I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
And she'd be like, no. So I'm like, so what's the
we argue, right? What? Yeah,
like if like this is what happened. Like I do something that she didn't like, but I might not have known that she didn't like it ahead of time, or something like that, and we get into an argument. So I'm like, all right, this happened. I don't understand. And she like, well, something. And I'm like, wait, did I say anything that was wrong? Like, did I just lie at all when I explained what I did? She's like, no. I'm like, all right, so I don't understand what the argument is about. If yes, it is an unfavorable outcome that we can work on to fix,
right?
But I'm not wrong in the scenario. Can we just move on to fixing it?
Right. Like, or is it important for me to be wrong?
Right. Oh, yes. Or you just want me to be wrong.
For me to be wrong than it is us to fix this.
Right. Yeah. So it's like, says you can be a millionaire in 7 years with $75 a day. You can be a millionaire by retirement if you invest 15% of your income throughout your entire working life. Okay. So let me do this math real quick. Calculator. Oh, wait. One of my buttons is stuck, but I don't know which one, so I'll use my phone.
That's usually, like I said, my whole issue is, the one thing I don't like is easy answers and easy solutions, especially when they're not applicable across the board for everybody, and especially when it gives the people that are responsible for the societal decay that we have to not do anything to fix it. If they can use that as a talking point to not do anything to fix the shit that they fucked up, I'm not with it.
Right. Absolutely. All right. Do you feel like doing some quick Googles?
What am I Googling?
I need you to find out the mean price of a 1-bedroom apartment.
The median price across the country, like the over.
Yeah.
All right.
Because 15% of
1 bedroom.
Yes, 1 bedroom.
All right, so there we go. 2020. 20. Okay, so the national average rent prices for studio 1 bedroom average rent $1,621.
All right, so 1,620.
That's for 1 bedroom.
We'll lower that to 1,500. 1,500.
Okay.
Can you do 1,500 times 12?
Hold up. $18,000.
18,000. So minus 18,000. So if you take 15% of 30,000, you get $25,500. If you subtract that by the average rent of a 1-bedroom apartment, that leaves you with $7,500 for the entire year. Let me divide that by 12. That leaves you with $625 per month. We've only addressed where you live.
And it's a 1 bedroom, so you don't have kids.
You don't have kids. You don't have kids. So that's not an expense that we're using. You don't have kids. So you need food. You need transportation to and from work. Now, let's say it's not a car.
Utilities, but let's say that utilities included.
No, we're not even there yet. Okay, yeah, utilities included. Gas and electric. Well, we'll do what my apartment complex does. What is it? Electric, because it'd be hard pressed to find I only know because I work in the industry. You'd be hard pressed to find a place that is going to pay for your gas and electric when the rent is that low.
Right.
So my place does electric. No, they do gas and cold and hot water. So I don't pay water. I don't pay gas. But let's just say you don't have a car. You catch the bus, and I don't even know what it costs to catch the bus. I know at one point it used to cost $48 for a student monthly.
Right.
So we just gonna go with that price. I know it's higher, but we're just gonna go with that. So minus 48. That leaves you with $577 for that month. After you've taken out after you've taken out your 15% for your millionaire fund, and you've taken out your rent, and you've taken out your way to get back and forth from work, right? So now you have $577 for the month. We haven't addressed food. We haven't addressed gas. Gas, heating your house and potentially cooking. We haven't addressed communication. We haven't addressed a cell phone, because you have to have a cell phone or a house phone in order to have contact with people. That is a necessity. It's a utility. Let me see. So let's just say that you can spend $500 on the combination of your food, your gas for your place that you live, your communication, and that's it, right?
Right.
So we have $77 a month left. We haven't addressed any type of fun. Because if you try to live a lifetime with having no fun, you will go insane. We talked about this earlier. We talked about this earlier with the ceremony of the mental health.
No, we mean actual fun.
But I'm just no. But I'm saying we talked about the importance of doing things that are just good for you mentally. We talked about that importance earlier. So we were left with $77 for the month. So that includes your entertainment. Because again, we ain't talking about cable.
No.
We ain't talking about internet.
No. So
cable, internet.
I don't believe you're going to get away with paying less than $40 for good internet service. Like,
no.
Anywhere.
Let's say you forego the internet.
Mm-hmm.
You go out. You go if you are spending $1,500 on a 1-bedroom. You live in the middle of Manhattan. That is not true.
No. Hold up.
Median price.
That is the median price. I just looked it up.
Country. You can't.
This is from 2020, just last year.
Yeah.
I'm about to put it in the thing so you can look at it.
Yeah, you can't fight the facts and figures on this.
Oh shit, they won't let me do it, so I'll put it in the private and you can put it in there. Can you put it in there from where you are?
Maybe, probably.
All right. There it is.
Copy link, comments, and paste. Yes, I can.
That's median, so that's not even New York.
Alabama, right? Hold up, stop. I'm glad you added that. Yes, it's affected by New York, but it's also affected by Alabama numbers, which is low, super low.
Yeah,
and mind you, there's a chart also with. Okay, hold up. Matter of fact, we'll do you one better. Let's say, all right. We go back to 30,000. And then we get the 15%, which is 4,500. So 30,000 minus 4,500, right? Divide that by 12. 30,000 minus 4,500. And we divide that by 12, and we take away. Let's say we just take away. All right. So let's say we say that 1,500 to try to be fair. Because let me think. My apartment is. I actually don't know how much my apartment costs.
Yeah, because you get that shit for free.
No, I don't. I get a discount. And it's taken right out of my check. So I have no idea how much my apartment costs. But anyway, so instead of doing $1,500, right, for just the apartment, we'll do $1,200 for the apartment, your gas, your electric, your water.
Okay. All right. That's fair. I think that's fair.
It still leaves you with $925 for the month. That's before we go to the what's the word? Transportation. Now, because you wanted to be a stickler on rent prices, I'm now not giving you the benefit of the doubt of this 10-year-old college discounted cost of riding the bus.
Right.
Fair is fair. So from what I remember, I'm still gonna do 10 years ago because I personally haven't rode the bus in 10 years.
Right.
So it was 60 a month.
12 for me.
I mean, see, so it was 60 a month. So I'm gonna take out the 60 for riding the bus. Now, mind you, these are variables. I'm about to introduce variables that we aren't going to add into this. Riding the public bus system means that you aren't in control of transportation, which means that you can potentially be late for your $30,000 a year job. And when you're late to a $30,000 a year job, that means that when you have a $30,000 a year job, more than likely it means you're not the boss.
Also, was that before or after taxes?
No, nope, we're not doing that. We're gonna let them keep all their taxes. They never pay taxes.
Right.
They never pay taxes.
So they live in a Republican utopia where nobody pays taxes. Gotcha.
Nobody pays taxes. Gotcha. Nobody pays taxes. So, so again, I'm not factoring these in, but just these are real life variables. You don't control the transportation, so you could be late. In order to not be late, you could catch the earlier bus, but that means you got to sleep less. And sleeping less means if you're making $30,000 a year, you probably have some type of physical work that you have to do, not necessarily manual labor, but physical work, whether that is data entry, whether it's flipping burgers, whatever the case may be. So less sleep means that you're less efficient at your job, which means, again, potential for you to get fired. So we're just throwing those out there.
No raises.
No. We're not doing raises. He said 30,000 consistent. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing raises. You're in a dead end job, $30,000 a year. No raises in sight. Let me see. So I said we did rent, gas, electric, water, transportation, right? But the reality is, how likely is it that you're going to be that close to your job that you only have to catch one bus?
Most people, I would argue that most people don't live close to their jobs. Some people had the benefit of it.
Yeah.
Most people, it's just, especially depending on what city you live in.
Mm-hmm. Hold up. Most of America is not cities. Remember? We just had this conversation.
True too.
Most of America is not cities. So yeah, hold up. We got to do a car. We have to do a car because most of America is not cities.
Right.
Most of America doesn't necessarily have reliable public transportation.
Yeah, but the bulk of the people live in those contested cities, congested cities. So they would theoretically have public transportation. The 4,000 cities that are above 5,000 populations, they would probably have some sort of.
Oh, don't try it. He said you usually get a transfer one way. Yes, but I think that ends up costing more. That's why I did the monthly. Because I'm fairly certain that ends up costing more. Because if it has to end up costing more, because why would anybody buy the monthly if it was more expensive? So no, we got to go with the monthly, my guy. We got to go with the monthly. All right. So again, we haven't factored in food. We haven't factored in any type of communication, any type of entertainment, right? So let's do communication. Let's say I see $25 phone bills out here. I see them. I don't know how good they are, but something's better than nothing. Hold up, bro. When I said car, I wasn't going to talk about lease. I was going to talk about an actual buying a car, like an old car. But that's another thing. But I'm not going to go with the car. We're going to stick with the bus. But yeah, so we got the bus, and like I said, we going with the $25 phone bill. So mine's $25. And we're left with $840 a month. $840 a month. So the thing about poverty that people that don't have to deal with it, not saying that this isn't about you. This is just a general thing. The thing about poverty is very expensive. Somebody might have heard that and think that I've lost my mind. Let me repeat it. Poverty is very expensive.
Oh, hell yeah.
Why is poverty very expensive? Because for this job that you're making $30,000 at, you're probably going to have a uniform, but you're probably going to have to pay for parts of, if not the entire uniform. So let's just say you need boots for your job, not necessarily like rugged, super heavy duty boots, but boots. And your boots, you need the boots. Well, you don't have money, so you can only buy the cheap boots.
Well, hold on, wait a sec. So right now we are hailing it at 4 hours and 43 minutes. This file is going to.
Oh no, we won't. No, I'm gonna have to do
right.
some wizardry and whatnot.
All right.
So the boots, you need the boots, but you don't got no money, so you can only afford the cheap boots. So realistically, let's say the cheap boots are $40. I think that's fair, right? $40 for a cheap pair of boots, but they only gonna last you like 3 months,
especially depending on the type of work you're doing.
Right. So let's lower the cost to 30, simply so we can easily divide it by 3. All right, so that's minus $10. Let's say you're lucky enough to be someone who, the company pays for the rest of the uniform. All right, cool. So we've taken care of where you live. We've taken care of transportation on the bus. We've taken care of gas, water, electric. We've taken care of your phone bill. But now you still have no entertainment. And again, it's not realistic to pretend that you're not going to spend any money on entertainment.
Or the vast majority of people. We're talking humans. We're talking about humans, right?
We're talking about humans, yeah.
Humans, right? Not Vulcans, right? It's just not. There are too many things you have.
We're not talking about Spock and them. We're talking about
right. There are too many things you literally have to ignore. You have to throw away to make that work on a consistent basis that anybody can do it.
Yeah.
I don't, to be honest with you, I don't believe, with the exception of very few basic human functions, that there's something that anybody could just do, right? So when you're talking about something like that, man, can you imagine that? Can you imagine how freeing that would be if it was possible that anybody could no longer have to work for somebody else?
Yo, we at $830 a month. We still got our $830. I mean, we ain't 8 yet.
No.
We ain't 8 yet.
Look, you cheat. You don't got no girlfriend. How?
You don't got no girlfriend.
How?
You don't really got friends, really.
Because your friends like to go out and you don't have the money to go out.
You don't got the money to go out. And they don't want you to be, we got to drag this guy along. No. So you don't got no friends, you don't have no girlfriend. So your mental health is fucked up. Again, if your mental health is fucked up,
your work. Listen, we're talking about humans, right?
Yeah, we're talking about humans.
All right.
If your mental health is fucked up, your physical health is going to be fucked up.
Okay, so now here, all right. So this is another point he's made. He's saying, I'm saying most people have the ability to accomplish it with the right knowledge and resources.
Stop. Wait. I have the ability to be a starting NFL wide receiver with the right knowledge and resources.
No, I have the ability to beat Neil deGrasse Tyson in a trivia about quantum physics thing.
Yeah, with the right knowledge and resources.
Right.
I have the ability to be the president of the United States.
With the right knowledge and resources.
That's not saying that's saying I can make a very specific thing happen if I have the very specific things necessary.
Things that I need to make it happen, right?
So now I've come around, because at first I thought I knew what you were saying, and I thought that you were just confusing a term or two.
What I need to know is,
completely confused.
Is this for you a affirmation? You know what I'm saying? Anybody, because it's not really rooted in.
Hold up, let alone the fact that the average household income is $56,000, even though $30,000 is still even possible on that low income.
Did he say the average income? For who?
Average household income.
For who? My mom's didn't make $56,000 in her life.
Let me see something. Select United States household income percentiles for 2020 and 2019.
All right, but let me say this: that average stuff works if every single group in this country had the same amount of people in here. Like Black people literally only make up around between 11 and 14% of the population. So with the white community outnumbering us by that much, how much of that average are we included in?
All right, I have a chart. So he's actually low, right?
Mm-hmm.
The average household income, this is for 2020. The median household income in 2020 was 68,000.
Mm-hmm.
The average was 97,000.
Mm-hmm.
The top 1% is 531,000.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't tell the whole story.
No,
household income percentiles for the United States in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the story comes in. So, household income percentile. The 99, let me see. All these figures.
Yeah, for real.
But I like numbers, so it's fine.
I know you do. I hate them. All of them at once. I hate them.
2%, 22. I'm trying to find 30. All right, 30. So 22%. No, hold on. What'd you say? He said 56, right?
Mm-hmm.
56, 42%. The issue, all right, so here 50 for below 56%,
mm-hmm.
the percentiles start at 41 percentile, the 41st percentile. So here it is. All right, so can you compare this household analysis? Sorry if you already see the data. Interactive form. Oh man, you gotta pay. I'm not paying. No, that you so again, you were low on the average household income for 2020. But here's what those words mean. Average household income is not the average United States American's income. Let me say that again. Average household income is not equal to the average income of the United States citizen. Because let's just go super micro.
Mm-hmm.
If what's his name? Nikolai Tesla. The fuck is his name? Elon Musk. He's the richest man in the world right now. How many billions is that? I don't know. It's a bunch of them. Bunch of bees. Bunch of bitches. But anyway, if he married a woman that made $0, guess what the average of adults in that household would be making? Half of the billions of dollars that he makes. With America being in the top of the richest countries in the world, yes, absolutely, because we're talking about people that are already millionaires and billionaires. But I bet you, if we took out the people that are millionaires, It would be different.
I mean, most of this is just academic because the average median household of African Americans is 30,000. So,
but on top of that, see, this is why I love the number thing. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. That is true only in the fact that men and women still use numbers to lie. Not to say that Og isn't lying in this case.
Right.
I'm just saying numbers are absolute, and then you can use them to make whatever point you try to use, given whatever data you have.
Mm-hmm.
So this, again, what I looked at was 2020. It was like 68,000 average household income. What I don't know, because this doesn't make sense, if we're at the height of joblessness in 2020.
Wow.
So is this number excluding people without jobs? When you say average household income, is this the income of American workers?
The way to find that out, though, actually, what date was that done on that they released? Because if it was before the pandemic, then that's one thing.
It was for 2020, so it was released this year.
Okay, so it was for got you.
Yeah, for 2020, and then it shows 2019. Yeah, so it was done this year. So again, nah, B.
In other words, you're saying
here it goes.
It's just a percentage of the people that's working, but a lot of people aren't working.
Everything.
Right.
Here we go. Can you compare this household income data year over year? No, not directly. This data is not longitudinal. And moreover, household formation means many households have more than one earner, which can bias estimated further. While you can use year-over-year comparisons to find good paths to research, it doesn't necessarily prove how certain households perform. Right. Individual households can form and dissolve, and households may be in different brackets year to year. So
you're basically saying it's complicated than it's a lot more complicated than just pulling out the static number.
Right.
Again, with the variables, life has.
You have what, 6 adults living in your house?
Yes.
I have 1.
Right.
It's not
right.
That's too vague of a statistic to specifically apply it to the scenario we're talking about.
Right.
But even still, if we're that point, we went down that rabbit hole for no reason, because that point really doesn't have any bearing on the conversation we're having. Whether the question is about a person making 30K to 50K being able to become a millionaire, not how many people make over a certain amount of money.
Right.
So that statistic is actually irrelevant now that I think about it. But the point is that there's no way of knowing what I would need to know the statistics that goes into those statistics to be able to be like, oh yeah, that absolutely works.
That tracks.
Yeah, that works in this scenario. So no, when you say unemployment still counts as income, I would need to see that written somewhere. I can't just assume that. Because we're like, if you and I were just having a conversation one-on-one and that was the case, I probably wouldn't be a stickler. But when we're bringing in outside sources, no, I need to know why.
Yeah, you need to know. Again, you're saying you need to know all the variables.
I need to know what goes into that data. Like, there's data being presented, and I don't know what you're doing. Because again, if you want to talk about disparities, like you just said, the average Black household income is 30,000. So again, that's high from 68,000.
Yeah, and I think the issue is when the people that tend to, and I'm not talking about AGMA, but the people that typically try to make those arguments, they do it in a way to undermine fixing systemic issues.
Yes.
In a way to minimize the variables that do exist, because they don't want to acknowledge them, because they're invested in this idea that everything here is fair and the people that are complaining are just whining.
Right.
That's why
it's not the reality. And that's what hold
right.
up, but that's a good point. That is what your argument does. Like I'm sure this isn't your intention.
No, this is not. I don't believe for a second that's all intention.
Your argument is hurtful to people who live in these scenarios because it's a dog whistle.
Yeah.
It's essentially the same thing as saying pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Straps when you don't have boots or straps.
Right. I couldn't afford the model of boots with straps on them. I got the nylon strap. I got the button. I got the button. Like I don't got straps. I couldn't afford those. So I don't have bootstraps to pull myself up by.
Right.
Like, it's
I got the big pilgrim buckles.
So yeah, like again, I think I'm landing on there we go. I think I'm landing on I think I kind of understand the point. I'm going back there. I think I kind of understand the point that you're making, but the way that you're making it ain't it. Like,
no, it's a simple fact of not when you make a statement like that, that's bereft of all nuance, variables, whatever. It's not going to hit the way you think it is.
Right.
And if you're doing it to teach, then you definitely going to have to acknowledge the different variables because one thing anybody that works in education will tell you, all kids don't learn the same.
No.
So you can't expect for the way you taught this one kid who came to school with a full belly. The parent ain't slapping the shit out of them in the house and they're not being bullied at school to have the same attention span or be able to pick up on that same shit as the kid that has all that other shit going on. So that's what it is. That's what it is. And again, whatever economic plan or situation that people are putting forth, if it does not address the variables of the other systemic shit, it's not accurate. It's not going to be accurate.
All right. Oh, all right. I see. All right. Now I'm fairly certain I understand. No, I totally get that there's systemic terrible issues that need to be resolved. I'm saying the powers that be would have people believe that building wealth is much harder than it actually is. Here's the thing.
Opposite. The powers that want you to believe that it's very easy to do it.
Right. The reason they want you to buy into the system.
Right. The reason that you haven't is because of you and not because they're not up there doing some fugazi shit.
Yo, you know the difference between intentions and results? You can have the best intentions in the world, but if your results don't match, then it's kind of fruitless. What you saying that you get that there are systemic terrible issues while presenting an argument that ignores all the systemic terrible issues.
Yeah, it doesn't track.
It rings hollow. That would be like pumping up the statistical amount of women who lie about rape.
Right.
Statistically, it exists. It is a real thing, but it's not helpful in any human conversation
because it's minuscule.
Right.
It's minuscule.
So,
or better, we talked about this on the show before too. The whole black on black violence thing.
Yes.
If you only say, well, 95% of black people that are killed by other black people, but ignore the fact that out of 2 million black people that's arrested, only 5,000 of them is for murder.
Right.
And the even smaller amount of that is murdering of each other,
right,
which leads down to being less than 1% overall. And the narrative has changed completely.
Yeah.
It's changed completely.
It's a different argument now.
Right.
You're telling me that I can be a millionaire just as long as I don't have any health issues, I don't run into the police for a weird reason,
historically marginalized group.
Yeah, I don't run into the police for some weird reason that requires me to spend money that I don't really have to spend.
Right.
I don't have any freak accidents while I'm just out and about.
Right.
You're telling me that I can do this as long as these things that generally happen to people that look like me don't happen.
Hell, people in general.
Facts.
Some of that stuff happens to people in general.
Facts.
Like,
I would argue that the powers that be want people in poverty. No. That's not. We're not arguing against that. Like his argument that the powers that be wants you to believe it's hard to build wealth isn't the same thing as not wanting you to be in poverty. Right. It's not. They aren't the same thing.
We might reach an agreement that they prefer a certain amount of levels of poverty. But we're talking about. Hold
on. Wait. You keep mentioning this emergency buffer. How am I supposed to pay for the emergency buffer? You have not once answered that question. How am I supposed to pay for this emergency buffer?
Where do you pull that money from?
How am I supposed to save up for it?
Where do you pull it
from?
With
what money?
Because we just went through the numbers, right? How much you make. So where am I supposed to pull that from? Where's that come from?
Because we're down to $800 before we eat, before we entertain ourselves.
And I don't know about you, Og, but I eat. I eat.
We're down to $800 a month before we eat, before we entertain ourselves, before we entertain the idea of courting a significant other, before, like, you have to work extra jobs and scratch to get to that. How do you work extra jobs? So now you got to pay for more boots or shoes or uniforms.
Or gas money. Because
money.
Uber or pizza delivery, that's gas money.
Yeah. And hold up. Thank you. I didn't think about that. Your argument is, according for what you're doing to work, means you shouldn't buy a car. But how do you Uber if you don't have a car?
Yo, the variables are it's weird, man. Like as we
are not. If you have 3 to 6, first of all, I think what you're
explaining how to do it though.
Right. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think what you're referring to is the saying that you have to have 7 streams of income in order to become a millionaire. Right?
Yeah, something like that.
What 7 streams of income would have you making only $30,000 a year, my guy? What consistent 3 to 6? 3 to 6 months of expenses is necessary before you do anything. So what you're saying? What am I supposed to live off of while I'm saving this 3 to 6 months of expenses?
One of your revenue streams could be taking cans to recycle.
That's 5 cents a pop, my guy. 5 cents a can. But no, hold on. I misread what he said. He said 3 to 6 months of expenses. How am I supposed to save 3 to 6 months of expenses? Still live.
Like live.
That does not make sense. Where?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
We just went over the numbers with what money? That $800 a month. After you eat, let's just say that somehow you got out of the month and managed to do this consistently with only spending $100 on food a month.
Right.
Virtually impossible. But let's just say. So now you have $700 a month. Again, you still have not entertained yourself. And to pretend that that's not.
Hey, look, man, the Marvel movies don't come cheap.
To pretend that that's not important is.
No, you're leaving. The problem is when you try to, if you're trying to help people with some information, but you're leaving out key elements of that information that can actually help, it's not actually helping. Instead, what it does is it inspires, in my opinion, a false sense of what you could possibly achieve instead of giving them all of the. Yo, tough love is tough love. You're gonna be tough love. Be tough.
Right, yo, we started with 30K.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Let me do some quick math. 30,000 divided by 12. That's 250. No, it's 2,500.
All right, so Agma says you are budgeting based on investing. While you are doing that, you have to scratch and claw on beans and rice before you even start trying to build wealth. And therein lies your issue, because you have yet to factor in when did the person get the understanding that is what they had to do,
But even let's grant him all that, right?
No, but this is important because I had a kid when I was 28.
Right.
So if I didn't know any of that other stuff before then, I now have an extra expense. So anybody that came into this knowledge after they had kids and all this extra stuff, I don't think it's as easy as all that saying.
No, it's no way.
It's no way.
I'm being nice by saying it's virtually impossible. Mm-hmm. In your scenario, it's impossible. Yeah. But again, let's grant him all that. Your expenses in the scenario we just played through is $1,300 a month. And now I'm taking away the 15%. So we're back at 30, right? Mm-hmm. We're back at 30. We're not at that 20, whatever it was. We're back at 30. And let's see, $1,300 a month times 12.
Let me just say, Marissa just said, this conversation is always in a hypothetical because it's not based in reality.
It's not based in reality.
Bingo.
Because
Bingo.
That's the point. That's the exact point. Oak. Yes. Great. You have 2 kids and a stay-at-home wife, and you just found this out. So that means that these expenses are greater for someone like you. All the expenses that I brought up in my scenario were for a single person living by themselves with no kids. Right. 1-bedroom apartment. So all these expenses are greater for you. You cannot, I don't care what you think. First of all, I don't think you're doing this. Let me be clear.
Right.
If you feed them babies beans and rice exclusively, you are neglecting your children. Point blank, period. Term is laughing, but real shit. That's childish.
No, that's true. That's facts, though. You better not get them just beans and rice. So it's good for you. Look, if you want to do that to yourself, that's fine. But you got kids. Nah, kids.
And to feed your wife that when she's helping you along with it, you tripping, you bugging. That's not realistic. We're not talking about we're not talking about reality at that point. We're not. So to just be you don't understand how privileged you have to be to save up 3 to 6 months of expenses.
Yeah. Just expenses. Like that money's not going anyplace else. That's just expenses.
I understand that it's a metaphor. I'm talking about low budget food and period. You need your children and your wife deserve better food than the budget bin.
That top ramen shit.
Yeah, yo.
I give you high blood pressure.
I know beans and rice is the metaphor. That's another thing. So when you're eating low quality food, that increases your chances for health risks. So this lifetime that you're supposed to be living is cut short because you wanted to be a millionaire you wanted to work on being a millionaire instead of enjoying your life. Again, there are other ways that you could have worked on being a millionaire, but this particular path, nah, B, it's not realistic. It's not based in reality. For someone that is a single person with no kids, no responsibilities except for themselves, that scenario still isn't going to work, but it's possible.
Well, and here's the other thing about that. So, especially nowadays, with the options there are to be literally a digital entrepreneur, that you don't have to sink a bunch of money in and stuff to do it the way he suggests.
Hold up. Healthy food is actually cheaper than junk food. Where? Equivalent amounts.
I got 2 words for you. Food desert.
Right. Where is healthy food cheaper than? Show me, please. Any equivalent food, the healthier version is going to be more expensive. Any equivalent food. Now,
go to Whole Foods.
Right.
Fuck around and find out. Go to Whole Foods.
Any equivalent food. I'm not talking about if you're talking about the difference between how much a steak costs per pound versus going to McDonald's and getting a double cheeseburger. That's not what I'm talking about. Any equivalent amount of food, the healthy version is going to be more expensive. Maybe not a bunch more expensive. That's possible. Maybe not. But again, if you're talking about like going the farmer markets route, for instance, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I wish I did more farmers markets.
There is one.
That's the issue. That's why I don't do it. But You still have to have the skill to be able to cook the thing. There's a whole bunch of,
it's like you said earlier,
variables. There are literally documentaries out there that explain that it's so much cheaper to eat unhealthily. I can't click on that.
Johns Hopkins University did a study, the research to show that food deserts are more abundant in, guess what, whose communities? Minority neighborhoods. But again, to offer a solution to a problem and to ignore all these different variables, how many people are you actually helping?
Right.
Because in reality, if they can't take advantage of that.
Oh, I want to see his article, but I can't click on it.
You can't?
No, because I'm in the
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. All right, got you. I just did a thing where it says page not found. Sorry, we can't find the page. The address could have been entered incorrectly. That could be it. Let me try it again.
Hold up, but you can't. You keep doing this thing, and I don't know what the disconnect is, because you continuously shove aside these systemic things as if they're not important.
Right. But
studies show eating healthier is cheaper. Food doesn't start part of the systemic BS that needs to be addressed. Yes, it needs to be addressed. We can't ignore it. It has to.
They're real. Hold up.
They're real.
They're real. So the moment you acknowledge they're real, then you then have to adjust your original premise that anybody can do this. Because we also got to talk about what are the odds of them actually being addressed in a way that actually solves the problem. Just going off of past history. Right. So again, to shuffle them to the side to make your point, the reality doesn't really make it the reality. It's just basically sweeping these issues under the rug so that point can be right. Marissa says, people like to believe in 7 easy steps to becoming a millionaire because it's self-soothing to fantasize about wealth and debilitatingly stressful to acknowledge that one is more likely not to leave their adult income bracket. Fantasizing about being able to afford extravagances also helps to justify the luxuries we build our debt with.
Yo. I found an article. I don't know if it's the same study. I don't know, because I had to do a search because I can't click on the link. But the link, the article, the study does exactly what I said. Remember, I said I'm not talking about the price per weight of a steak versus the price.
Yes.
This specifically says, when measured by edible weight, the cheapest ready meals, pizzas, burgers, and sugary breakfast cereals cost more than 2 pounds per kilogram, whereas typical fruit and vegetables cost less than 2 pounds per kilogram, the report found.
So numbers again?
Yeah, basically. And while 1 pound will buy you 1 cheeseburger, the same 1 pound could buy you a kilo of sweet potatoes. That is not equivalent unless you don't eat meat.
Right.
2 kilos. How much does the equivalent amount of ground beef cost? Not the equivalent amount of sweet potatoes, carrots, pasta, or bananas.
We know how much you love bananas.
I absolutely love bananas. I'm not gonna hold you. This study is not a 1-to-1. I hate studies like this because the numbers are correct.
Right.
The numbers are absolutely correct. But it's just the premise is
context is different. The context.
Yeah, it's not a 1-to-1 comparison. Yes, buying 3 raw sweet potatoes might cost the same amount as buying a cheeseburger from McDonald's. Yeah, it might. But that's not equivalent. That's not doing numbers. Healthily.
I got food.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Speaking
of which, I have food
eat. I need this. Okay, so this I'm trying to find one of these paragraphs to read. All right, let's see. Consider an example of 2 pots of chocolate dessert, one regular and one with less fat. Using the price per calorie. Yeah, see? Price per calorie. No. The lower fat dessert appears more expensive than the regular pot because it contains fewer calories. But studies comparing the price per unit weight of food from the same food group suggest healthier options are often cheaper. For example, 200 grams of chickpeas versus chickpeas and bacon are not the same food group. I don't understand. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. This is why I don't like studies like this. This literally says, studies comparing the price per unit weight of food from the same food group suggest healthy options are cheaper. And then the same sentence, for example, 200 grams of chickpeas versus 200 grams of bacon. Chickpeas and bacon are not the same food group. I'm so confused. I'm really, really confused about it. Did you hear that?
No, I just came back. What happened?
It said studies found that when you compare price per weight of the same food group, the healthier option is cheaper. Then it said 200 grams in the same sentence, 200 grams of chickpeas is cheaper than 200 grams of bacon. Chickpeas and bacon are not
the same food. Yeah.
What is going on here?
I don't know. Well, I can tell you what I think is going on. What I said earlier. Motherfuckers are invested in some of these arguments to keep from doing something about the systemic realities.
That's true.
So they're invested in coming up with having these narratives and talking points that obscure and obfuscate, so that the people that are in positions of power and wealth and privilege don't have to do anything to change anything and say, what do you mean? Everything's perfect now the way it is. It's your fault. You guys, that's all this is. That's why they invested in the idea that in this country, anybody and everybody can do anything and everything they want. And mind you, this is the other thing that's important. You know how long they've been saying that shit? They've been saying that shit since my grandfather was a kid. And my grandfather was born in 1913. I know we're not gonna see that. I know we're not gonna see that. They've been running that same game. They've been running that same game for the longest.
So here's the point about the food that I was trying to make, and we'll wrap this up. When I'm talking about price for food, again, we're talking about humans.
Yeah.
When we're talking about price for food, I'm talking about an equivalent food. Not only, and if you're not going to do the same food group, because I didn't mean, that's not what I meant when I said equivalent food. Right. But the article said same food group and then gave me 2 things from different food groups. But what I meant is, I'm not talking about a ready-made burger versus going to find lettuce individually, carrots individually.
Right.
No, I'm talking about a ready-made burger versus a ready-made salad.
Right.
The salad's more expensive.
Absolutely.
If we're talking about the raw, whatever
the ingredients would you have to go and get to.
Right. Come on now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about equivalence. I'm not talking about just straight out, because again, people have habits. People are uniquely not unique.
People are people.
Yes.
And again, some of the prescriptions I've seen completely ignore that.
Yes.
Like literally completely ignore the fact that people are people. Yeah. And I don't know how that works, because I got to be honest, I've been around people my whole life, unfortunately. And I've never seen too many scenarios where they functioned on pure logic, and this is what we need to do, so this is what we'll do. And they never stray from that.
It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, like, I don't know any scenarios where that.
Out of automatons. It's just not, that's not how that works.
I know, but I mean, look, it is what it is with that. I'm glad we had the conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed that shit.
Yeah.
I want to thank Og for coming to the show.
Absolutely.
Giving us all that content. Definitely want to thank my sister Marissa. Definitely got to thank Cindy. Definitely got to thank everybody. If I mention I'm including you too. All of y'all that come to the show, especially the ones of you that come every Saturday and participate with us. Like, we appreciate that shit for real. We definitely do, without question. It's 2021, and we're gonna continue to do what we've been doing, and we adding some extra stuff on top of that. Speaking of which, tomorrow we got to go and do some more stuff. So we appreciate y'all. I don't even really have the words to really tell you how much. So for my man SPJ.
Look at all comments. Oh my God. Yo, that was perfect. That was the perfect ending.
So anyway, for my man SPJ, I am Tombstone the Dead Man, and for the greater multi-world entertainment family, we are out. Peace.